7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganest. St. Louis Acura, Munganest Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And, Doug, you wanted a Jim Dandy on a Wednesday. Usually you just want phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and we could do that for you at 314-974-0101. But today, Jackson said, you know what? Doug wants a Jim Dandy on a Wednesday. I'm going to give him a Jim Dandy. Jackson, why don't you tell Doug about your Jim Dandy?
Boy, howdy, do we have a program for you today, Doug?
You like that term, boy, howdy?
I'll let it go.
There's
it's
a
early.
sandwich at Gramophone called the Boy Howdy.
Really?
I like the gramophone a lot.
I like the Mississippi
Let's
Nights
not get
Club.
sidetracked.
That's like
What's the
name
program?
of the game, brother. Program, well, you look at what happened.
Look at the dossier.
We look at
and
what
Jackson prints out the dossier for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
But then it's not an organic, living, breathing document like our nation's Constitution.
It's true. It's true. Well, that's the downside of getting the hard copy dossier.
Yep.
You know, I told both Martin and Doug that going into it, and they were okay with it. They understand the consequences.
Are there consequences?
There are.
Yeah, no.
Will there be a beating administered?
If you're not careful. A lot happened in the world of sport yesterday, so we have plenty to talk about there.
Problem with the singular use of
Yeah,
sport.
I
had
didn't
a
care
feeling
for
you'd
that.
like-
Boy, we're awfully elitist already.
Both locally and nationally, so a lot to dig into there. To help us dig into some of the Blues topics, we have Jeremy Rutherford.
Friend of
at
the
9
show,
o'clock.
taking two-part questions.
Might be in studio, not positive, hopefully in studio.
I feel like he's
Love that.
always in studio, and then you're surprised. And he says, well, I'm here to record that podcast, every week.
Well, I never know if he's on the road trip or not,
I don't think
I
he's
can
on this
assure
one.
you he's going to pass on the Winnipeg trip.
Sure. Especially after going out to the Empire State following Montgomery's hiring.
Could have just said New York there. Didn't you notice that, Doug? But then it was the Empire State.
I know.
Garden
two trips,
State
too.
later.
Garden State's Jersey.
Yeah. Empire
Show Me State.
That's right.
Granite State, is that New Hampshire or Vermont?
Here we go.
Live free or die.
Yeah,
And that's
Johnny
where
Cakes.
Vito bottomed for
I don't know
Johnny
who
Cakes.
bo-
Am I
I
right
don't
on
know
that?
who was the bottom.
2007. Somebody will check on that.
Yeah. So we have a lot there. Then Benji Molina is going to be coming into studio, confirmed in studio at 9:30.
Now, why do you say confirmed in studio?
Well, because I didn't know if JR is coming in studio, but I can.
Do you think he might be in Manitoba?
No, he just might be in Jeffco.
Same thing.
Similar?
Very similar. Jeffco is the Manitoba of the St. Louis metropolitan area.
Jeffco is the Manitoba of what? The Missouri?
Just kind of the metro area.
That's a province versus a county. I told my wife yesterday the show needs a decoder ring. She said she was listening, and she said, I didn't really follow. She said, Jackson fixed an election and somebody got a tumbler. And I said, that's about right.
Yeah, that sums
I
it
said,
up.
what's the confusion?
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Just bureaucracy at work. And then the CFP rankings.
They were waiting for you today in the Air Comfort Service text line because you predicted yesterday, and I was surprised by it, but I respected it because I respect you, boy.
Thanks.
That you thought South Carolina and Ole Miss would be in if SMU were to lose, but you thought South Carolina would be in as opposed to Ole Miss and Alabama. Now, I love that in a vacuum because I think South Carolina is the most exciting team to watch with Lenora Sellers at the moment, but I would have been surprised if that were the result. And Just Don't Press Push is texting in this morning. Doug, do you like that text name? Just
No,
Don't
I don't
Press?
care for it. I don't
He
care for
says,
it at all.
big surprise that Sir Not Plays drops a lot.
Oh,
Funny.
Was wrong again, thinking the CFP committee would put South Carolina ahead of Alabama. You can't possibly believe all of the dumb things that come out of your mouth. That's Just Don't Press Push.
That guy's saying, oh my God.
you want me to suspend him?
No, I gotta.
You going to deal with them now?
No, I gotta ground myself for a
Plow
second.
through. Focus.
I really don't think I said that both Ole Miss and South Carolina. I thought I said Ole Miss would jump Bama. I think that Ole Miss and South Carolina should jump Bama, but I thought I said that Ole Miss would jump Bama. I don't remember saying that both would jump Bama.
I thought you said both because that's what stood out.
Right.
Okay, maybe I did. I mean, we talk a lot.
Some people
we do.
We're like, was everyone else like
Too much,
100?
probably.
Was everyone else 100% perfect on everything they said, or like,
Well, yeah.
or were we just speculating because it's
Doug
a
and I
talk
have
show?
not been wrong. 20
Okay.
years.
All right.
20
All
years. Infallible, actually, is the word.
Don't let them get
Yeah,
in your
Jackson,
kitchen.
I feel like that jab from Don't Press Push. I feel like it landed, and I felt like it was kind
Let
of
it
a
go.
light jab.
Jackie, let it go. We got a
Yeah,
big
I'm all
show.
right.
We got a big show.
Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy.
I'm all right. I'll be all right.
Just hit some drops. We'll stop talking.
I can't like talk to you guys and play drop.
I-
Pick one or the other.
And you're
maybe.
tethered.
Okay.
Just hit some drops.
Maybe we need two of you back there running around hitting all these levers.
You don't want Chairman Kurt back there, and that's because he's not part of your alliance with Martin.
Not enough room. And no offense to Kurt, but he's
was that fat shaming?
No,
is that what that was?
That's not. It would be tough for two very thin guys.
Kind of hot though.
Yeah, is Oasis? They're two guys. They're thin, right? Like if they were.
Well,
back
that's a
here.
whole band, but I mean, certainly Martin, the focal points, Noel and Liam Gallagher.
Are they skinny? Is the question? Are the Gallagher
so.
brothers skinny?
I think so for guys in their
Probably
50s. I would say
trim-ish.
So they couldn't be back here.
But your little area of work reminds me of Paul Schaefer on Letterman. Had kind of.
he
I
did.
feel like he moved around quite a bit.
Yeah, he would play
I'm
drops
not,
during
I'm
the show.
not picking on you.
No, I get it.
But I feel like he would be over here on the keyboard, talking to Dave over here, and they'd be back on the keyboard. I want you to be a little nimble.
I think we all wish we could be Bob Dylan playing the guitar and singing on the harmonica. But
It'd be a good job to be a Siamese twin.
wow. This would be like one of the rare gigs where that would be an asset.
Jackson, if you walk out and in the lobby one day, Kioski's got visitors and it's a Siamese twin, you might want to get your resume together because we stumbled onto something.
That's my replacement.
Play drops. It's okay if you don't talk. That's from the 314.
Gosh, they come out hot and heavy.
Great start today, Tim. You sound great. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic, man.
That there is eliminating.
Nice call on Bama, Jackson. That's from the 630. You get held accountable.
But was I so demonstrative about it that this is what I deserve?
That's all you can talk
I was just
about.
speculating. With Kirk Herbstreit is wrong. His Twitter feed is probably full of people saying he's wrong. So I retract my statement.
When you're an expert, buddy, people are gonna come after you.
I'm not. I never claimed to be.
Jeez, I was trying to prop you up.
I think people are saying get off your high horse.
What high horse? I couldn't be lower. I'm like on the side.
couldn't be lower.
I'm on the sidecar of the motorcycle that is local radio.
Okay.
I like that.
So we're driving down the road.
Yeah.
That almost feels like a Morning Grind T-shirt. We're all kind of stuck inside the motorcycle. You're in the sidecar.
T-shirt. Well, Jackson will make his case for South Carolina and Ole Miss coming up. As mentioned, Jeremy Rutherford in studio and Benji Molina in studio in the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Doug, that was a Jim Dandy of a program last night for the Blues in Manitoba, playing one of the finest teams in the National Hockey League, albeit on a bit of a skid coming into the game. But wow, Jordan Kyrou, how do you do?
Now, was that a cross between Vin Scully and the local guy trying to have the perfect voice? Is that what that was?
A little Vin Scully in there. It's a nice read.
Yeah, they played very well. They look like an entirely different team now.
7 of 8 points since Jim
Completely
Montgomery
different
took
team.
over.
They look faster. They look more confident. Much more of an offensive push for the whole game. It's just incredible the difference that it's made in the first week anyway.
So if Jim Montgomery doesn't get fired in Boston, are the Blues just a bad team? Like all of a sudden,
Point blank, do they have 7 of 8 points if Jim Montgomery's not?
it seems like the answer is no, based on what we were witnessing. It's unbelievable. We'll have Army in studio on Friday, and
That's
he can
outstanding.
maybe
For
walk
an hour,
us.
9 to 10 o'clock. He's going to be in studio here on the program.
Well, the head of communications, Roger Hacker, sent me a text last night. He said, "Is he there for the whole hour?" I said, "Well, that's kind of what we texted about, but he's free to leave." So lock the door. He'll be here 9 to 10. Doug Armstrong. I do want to ask him his toughest firing. Was it Hitch or Berube? Because he was close with both. One won a cup, obviously.
Are you going to try to make him cry?
I don't think Army's going to cry.
Doesn't strike me as a
We
guy
were at
who
an
would start
event one
weeping.
time, and I said we were doing kind of roast material, and I said Army's like a KG operative, got the trench coat, kind of stern look. I said, just not as friendly. And he laughed.
He was shaken up when he fired Hitchcock, thothough.
Yeah,
He was
I think he cried.
emotional
He
then.
cried at that press
I
conference.
believe he
How
did.
about that?
Yeah.
So maybe we can make him weep.
That should be our goal with every guest that comes in. Can we get you to cry?
Get Jeremy Rutherford. There you go, Jackson.
You have one player to protect your family. Go. That one always made me
Jackson,
uncomfortable.
did you just get crippled? I looked over to give you a compliment and you were gone, but I could see your hands holding on to the console.
Looks like he's checking the oil on the computers or something.
Are you checking Tim's oil?
What are you doing down there?
Anytime,
Milk me, boy.
if I had a nickel. Anytime Mike Kelly joins the program briefly, I always giggle.
There it is, right there.
Right there. How about you like that, Doug? That's just a media laugh.
It doesn't even have to be funny at all, but if you
That
feel
was
like he
Frank,
tried to
by the
say
way.
something funny, you
I
laugh.
thought that was Frank, too.
Yeah, it was Frank Cusimano. One person to protect your family. He used to
okay.
ask people that, and it always seemed odd.
Well, it was playing. I always thought it was playing off like the one
Like,
day in
one
Columbia.
day in Columbia. You have one day in Columbia. What would you do? Frank would say that, and I feel like people like Bob Costas would say, one person to protect my family. What are the circumstances? Like, it would always seem a little disarming.
Hey, Jackie Boy, is the Mizzou game on the dossier? That's from Kay in Southtown. You mean the Fighting Tigers who bounced back from a monster halftime deficit to defeat the 6-1 Cal Golden Bears?
Yes, that's on the dossier, of course.
Were you pumping your fist last night as they mounted a Sunday charge and shot like 86% in the second half?
Yes, I was fired up. That was a really
Were
fun
you in
game.
front of your lady friend, as you call her?
Nope, Han Solo.
What do we know about Cal? It's a good win for Mizzou. I'm encouraged
It's a good
by
one.
Coach Gates'
Good
year
one.
3. No, it is a good win. I'm not taking that away. I was just curious what your take on Cal was going into it.
I was surprised to see Missouri was a 10.5-point favorite. I didn't bet it, but I really was like, going.
You wanted to take Cal. You would have been handsomely rewarded.
Yeah, 10.5 points for a team where you've seen like nothing to have a real opinion on them. Only really one consequential game. I was like 10.5 points, a lot of points regardless. But I didn't touch it, and glad I didn't because I was involved enough in the game.
When you watch basketball, do you ever put on your old CYC uniform and watch it there?
Never played CYC, but
You weren't good enough for
Scared of
CYC?
St. Gabriel's?
where I grew up had a lovely recreational basketball league, and I didn't go to a church, so it would have been tough.
St. Gabriel's would have accepted you.
I'm sure they would have, and I would have loved to.
You would have had to make the team, though. It's tough. Not easy to make a CYC team.
Do they have tryouts?
No,
we have an A, B, C, and D team at St. Gabriel's, but that's why we hold banners.
which is unfair because a lot of schools don't. A lot just randomly put their players in, and then you got a team of randoms playing A teams.
Is there even 30 kids to make up in a individual parish per grade?
I don't have the answer to that, but I do know that friends and family are temporary. Banners are forever.
There you go.
The numbers in the grade school, Catholic schools are dwindling a little bit, that you might look down. It might be a kid with a yarmulke on the bench, and they say, who's that Burkett kid?
There he is.
Hey, he's new in the parish.
Yep. Yeah, we do what we got to do to win the banners.
Or you play a team, and the kid's really good, and the next week you play a different team, and I think that's the same kid
Same guy.
that we
Yeah.
played last
Yeah,
week.
He's on a rental program. It's like an Airbnb for CYC basketball. Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. Chairman Kurtz standing by to take your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to stream the program and participate in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL and talk it over with the multiple friends who gather every morning in the YouTube chat. And there's also a 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Chairman Kurt, you've kind of tried to convey to the audience who might just be used to listening on the radio the value of watching and then participating in the chat, because Joey Vitale's Orange Scully's in there talking to Too Fat to Kayak. There's the TMASTL YouTube chat, and then there's the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. And they're two different things. How would you compare them to neighborhoods? Last time I asked you the question, you said one was the 63109. That's the TMASTL. That's South St. Louis Hills area. And then the other one was Hillsboro. The 101 ESPN, you said, was Hillsboro. What is our update on what the neighborhoods are today?
No change in the TMASTL chat.
63109.
I've downgraded the 101 chat from Hillsboro to downtown St. Louis.
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
Just a place I haven't been there in a while, so
Hillsboro or St. Louis?
St. Louis or that chat for that matter.
And which one is
the
worse?
shit.
Which one are you rating as the
So
the
downtown
lesser of
St.
the
Louis
two?
just took a shot there, which has been known to happen. Speaking of which, JR, did you see the text? Jeffco is the Manitoba. Find a new guest at 9 o'clock.
Oh, Jackson. What do you say to JR?
St. Louis sucks.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
come on.
JR said, I'd rather vacation at Hampton Village than the Hamptons.
Man, he keeps it real dirty. Dirty. Know how we do?
I used to work out at Hampton Village.
Do they have vacation rentals at Hampton Village?
They have a couple that they're starting to set up with beautiful lakefront property, high enough that you can see the river to Pear.
The Firehouse Subs closed down. I guess you could take over that.
Library.
This is Chippewa and Hampton? Right there's where you're going to vacation?
Yeah, that's where I
You
used
go
to
to
grocery
Target?
shop.
I
Yeah.
lived that vacation, Doug. That's right in my neck of the
Yeah,
woods.
I used to troll for DeBerg ass at that McDonald's.
Oh, did
There's
you?
not a soul who used their turn signal in that area.
Is that right?
Oh, it's brutal.
Well, you are anti-Irish Catholic.
I used to live down there. I was down there. I was.
But you're like the Irish Catholics don't use their turn signal. I get it.
It doesn't say on there. There's no.
Well,
Well, you don't want to be on our basketball teams. You don't like our turn
Thank you.
signal
Thank you.
usage.
Thank you, Martin. You caught it.
It's starting to get.
And you were trolling for DeBerg girls?
That's correct.
Or
If you're-
who said he
Right
didn't
after
say
I was
girls?
done,
I was gonna say, I didn't hear girls.
Thank you. I did just
You
say
did
ass.
not- you
said
did
thank
not
you.
say girls.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
That was.
So
that
it
was-
could have been guys.
That was very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah,
Martin and I are on it this morning.
Heteronormative.
Yeah, that was heteronormative.
There's a stupid hetero coming out in me.
You're the Cavalier.
All right, it's 7:15 in St. Louis. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct, a sponsor here on TMA, and with the holiday season underway, it's a time for family, friends, and staying cozy inside. But if your home is drafty, it's hard to stay comfortable. And with all of the gift giving happening this time of year, why don't you give yourself the gift of lower energy bills with new windows from Universal Windows Direct? Universal Windows Direct's exclusive Super Spacer technology makes these windows perform better, last longer, and help keep your home insulated against the winter chill. If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. Plus, Universal is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years of interest-free payments. And every window is backed by a true lifetime warranty, which means coverage for as long as you own your home and an additional 20 years for the next homeowner. Do not wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit uwd.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne on the dais. Jackson Burkett catching some strays in the early going for his take that South Carolina and Ole Miss would pass Alabama in the college football playoff rankings. If you want to hold Jackson accountable, Chairman Kurt is standing by on the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And you are welcome to participate in the YouTube chat and talk it over in there as well. Jackson, what direction do you want to take it? Because I feel like you can make a case for a number of topics as the lead.
I think the lead is the CFP rankings. I think it's.
A win over the Winnipeg Jets, and
Yeah, that's what we get. You know, you can't just make predictions like you did and then try to slither away and
So here's
not expect to get a machete in the back of your snake-like neck.
Jeez. It took a turn. If I would have said Blues, it would have been like, no, obviously the CFP, right? So there was a no-win situation. But I do truly think I can go on social media and see the volume of engagement right now on what's going on with the CFP. I think that's the lead.
Okay.
Volume of engagement, Doug.
That's
that was
how
the
we
key.
determined
That was the
That's
key.
word salad.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I don't know how Ole Miss is behind Alabama. That is my take. If you want to include head-to-head, fine, even though I personally would like to see South Carolina in there. I'm not consulted by Ward Manuel. Doug, he is the chairman, and they always talk it over with, well, let's go to the chairman, Ward Manuel of the Cal. And I bet you don't like that much.
Well, I don't care. A guy named Ward, you just know that he's going to be pretty old, right? Kind of stodgy. And
Are you taking a shot at Hugh Beaumont's character?
Ward
on Leave It to
Cleaver,
Beaver?
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
exactly where I
well, that's the only other Ward that I know, I think. And so the only one goes back to the 60s. So, yeah, I kind of think people are going to be from that ilk.
I think he's in his 50s, and he's the athletic director at Michigan, and I guess they knew Michigan wasn't going to be involved this year. And so Ward Manuel got the gig. Here is how he explained Alabama, not over Ole Miss, South Carolina, per se, but Ole Miss, South Carolina, on the outside looking in as Alabama goes in over Miami, and they're hopping mad in ACC country. Here's Ward Manuel.
What it came down to is as we evaluated both teams and looked at how they rank. Obviously, we think highly of both teams. One's at 11, one's at 12. But what it really came down to is Alabama is 3-1 against current top 25 teams, and Miami is 0-1. Alabama is 6-1 against teams above 500, and Miami's 4-2. Both have had some losses that weren't what they wanted out of those games. But in the last 3 games, Miami has lost twice. And so for us, in evaluating their body of work, we felt that Alabama got the edge over Miami.
You know, what's unsaid is the behavior of the mascot, I think, was probably part of the discussion.
Flirting with the
mascot.
Syracuse sideline reporter
Yes.
this past Saturday, you think cost Miami the spot behind Alabama?
With the doors closed, yeah, I think some of the older coaches, Pinkel and Chris Ault, probably don't approve of that behavior.
And the Alabama Elephant has had a season with no controversy whatsoever.
As far as I know. Kurt, any issues with the Alabama Elephant? Any statements on Bro Bible?
I was going to say I'll check Bro Bible and get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I figured it would be Alabama just because they're Alabama. And any team in that bubble area, 11, 12, 13, they're all going to have warts of some kind. You can point to anything on their schedule and say, well, look who they lost to. All these teams. That's just the way it's going to be this year and every year. You get down to that deep in the rankings, they're all going to have a couple of losses.
Danny Radakovich.
Good friends with Racco.
He's the athletic director of Miami. And I don't say somebody posts on Twitter or X. I say they took to Twitter
All right.
or
They
X.
stopped what they were doing.
And took to. And the athletic director of Miami said, really? This is like the kind of tweets we get, question mark, with a ... That really pisses
You're
Jackson
supposed to
off.
think about it for a while.
What put Bama over the top of Miami for the last spot is that Miami went 1-2 in their last 3 games by an average of 4.5 points to a ranked Syracuse and Georgia Tech team that just took UGA to 8 overtimes. Bama went 2-1 to 5-7 Auburn, destroyed by Oklahoma, and beat FCS Mercer. So he questions what we just heard there from Chairman Ward Manuel.
Well, it's never going to change. It's going to be like this every single year.
For one more year, and then it goes to 16.
And then the 17th team will be complaining.
How could they get in at 16 when
We're 8-4,
lost
but our
to such
4
as
losses were against top teams.
Yeah.
Miami, to me, doesn't have as much of a leg to stand on as Ole Miss. I mean, Ole Miss, you look at the common opponents. Bama lost to a bad Oklahoma team, and Ole Miss smoked them.
That's what I get down to. If you're going to put one of the 3-loss SEC teams in there, and if you're going to value head-to-head, which then takes South Carolina out of it, I don't understand why Alabama's ahead of Ole Miss. I truly don't, and I don't have a dog in the fight at all. I don't want to say I don't care. I do care, but I'm not emotionally or financially invested in this.
Right. I mean, Alabama's best win is no doubt Georgia. Ole Miss also beat Georgia by more than double the points. I just don't get what you're pointing to say that Alabama's a better team.
And for the record, Ole Miss's losses, their recent loss, same day as Alabama losing to Oklahoma 24-3, was a loss at the Swamp in Gainesville, but they were not blown off the field. Jackson Dart just interception after interception. I guess the one that's really holding them back is what took place with a home loss to Kentucky a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
That would be it.
Yeah. But then
Alabama lost to Vanderbilt, and I realize the Vanderbilt thing kind of, and I don't know if it's because where we are and, some Missouri fans trying, because that might be Missouri's best win. I don't know. I mean, Vanderbilt wound up being 6-6. Right. I guess that's good for Vanderbilt, but it's not like Vanderbilt was a world beater. They were just better than normal, and they clipped Alabama. They held Texas relatively within shouting distance as well, but it's not like
it's a bad loss. You're saying that's still a bad loss for Alabama.
I just think that's kind of been spun into who Vanderbilt traditionally is. So I actually, if I had to, and I can't have South Carolina, I would take Ole Miss.
Yeah.
So I don't understand that part of it.
How are you going to look them in the eye and tell them they didn't get in?
With a step stool.
Would you argue Miami, if in, would have a chance to win the national championship? Do you think they could?
Yeah, I do think they could.
Because last year when they left Florida State out, didn't they sort of decipher, hey, they're not good enough to win at all? I just wonder if they look at any of these teams, if that's a deciding factor behind closed doors. Where they
have no defense, but I think if you think the best team is Texas, Miami would present a hell of a challenge with Cam Ward. It would force Texas to have to score some points and not do what they did on Saturday night against A&M, which was just go, okay, we're just going to take you behind the woodshed and run the ball because you can't do anything against our defense and you have no chance against our running back.
Do you think Ole Miss, South Carolina could win a national championship? Okay,
I do.
I just wonder if that
not think. I actually did this, which is speaks to the sadness of my life, but I don't think that'll surprise anybody. I on my own just go, you know what, I'm going to on my own rank the teams, take away the brackets, and I watch so much college football, I think everybody on the program would acknowledge that.
So the family's hanging ornaments, Timmy's in the basement doing rankings.
Well, my father isn't over at all times, but in this case he was hanging ornaments because there's nothing he loves doing more than trimming the tree. Let's see you can do that crap. I got Notre Dame. I want to see what they're doing here.
He's got a little mini.
I got a Jerry Faust retrospective on.
A little mini Bush beer can ornament.
Doug, I went Oregon. I don't think anybody would dispute that.
No.
I would imagine. I went Texas 2. I went Notre Dame 3. This is as of right now, by the way. And I expect your hatred, and that's fine. That's kind of how I pay bills. South Carolina 4. Ole Miss 5. Ohio State 6. Georgia 7. Tennessee 8. Penn State 9. Alabama 10. Indiana 11. Boise State 12. That's where I went. I don't think Indiana has a chance. I would love for them to, as far as winning the national championship. I would be alarmed if Boise State did, but in fairness to Boise State, 2.5 months ago, they went to Oregon and they held serve right there all the way until the end with Oregon. But I think the talent in the trenches is just something that is so tough for those schools to compete with when they go up against the very best, especially having to win, in Boise State's case, most likely 3 games on a bye, assuming they beat Barry Odom and UNLV. But that's where I come in as far as teams that actually have a chance. And it just depends on what your charge is in that committee on how you rank teams. But I've watched SMU play. I don't think that there's anything special there, and I've watched Indiana play, and while I enjoy watching them play in the story, I would be alarmed if Indiana was able to make a real run. As far as teams that can win it, I think there are probably 7 of them, and I don't think SMU or Indiana is one of them. And but I get that, okay, you go, well, they got 1 loss, so we got to put them in.
I wouldn't sleep on Georgia.
Well, I mean, I didn't.
I know. I think that I think they got a legitimate shot. They've got some big wins. They beat Texas.
Yeah, I had them
they
up
beat
there,
Tennessee.
I think, at 7.
I think
Sorry, time is up.
The thing with Georgia
They're a
is they have a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing going on. They can look incredible and they can look terrible, and it's really an odd situation for a Kirby Smart team.
Yeah, they lost by a touchdown at Alabama, and they got beat pretty bad at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
And had some close calls along the way.
And a close call in Lexington, and a close call this past Friday, and perhaps one of the more famous games, that 8 overtime game against Georgia Tech. And while the score in the end against Alabama is a 7-point loss, the first half was tough to explain. I think what stands out to me as a Missouri fan against Alabama is, Missouri really didn't have a chance once Brady Cook got hurt. Is that Alabama? I go, God, I know they're Alabama, and I know that's at Tuscaloosa, but I wasn't impressed by that at all. I don't know what the hell that was. And so while, Alabama's plus 1,000 and they have some of the shortest odds, I think they're the 6th shortest odds. In other words, they're the 6th most likely team per Las Vegas to win the national championship. I think that's a lot of the brand and the equity that's held up by the brand and not necessarily by what they've done. A team that lost 24-3 at Oklahoma, if they're anybody but Alabama, I think that is an elimination operating on the premise that that's your third loss. And yet for Alabama, they're able to get in. And I don't have anything against Alabama either. I'm just telling you what I see. Hell, I was on the air here on Friday saying I love Clemson against South Carolina, and then I watched South Carolina play, and I go, holy crap, South Carolina's legit.
Does your tongue ever get tired when you do that?
Clip that off.
He's clipping it off right now, it appears.
Jackson's clipping it off as we speak. Now, I have the tongue of a hummingbird, as you've said.
Yeah.
I'm most intrigued by Ohio State, like how they approach this, because as we know, that Michigan game means so much to them. Now, granted, you win a national championship, nobody will care about. Well, not nobody, but it'll lessen the pain. But I just wonder where they're at with the coach and all the outside noise. Does Ohio State show up and just start steamrolling people because they're ticked off? Maybe they're not capable of that. But on my intrigue meter, Tim, I've got Ohio State number 1.
I like Ohio State as a value. You're just not getting that much of a value on the odds, but I think that is a perfect place to go. I actually think what happened on Saturday, and I was watching a podcast yesterday in which I can't recall which former NFL player was saying he talked with a Michigan assistant coach.
Ray Nitschke.
It wasn't Ray Nitschke. It wasn't him. But he has a hell of a TikTok account. And he was saying, we walked off the field, and the assistant, I think it was one of the offensive coaches, goes, what in the hell were they doing? They tried to run it just to prove a point, and that isn't what they do, because Ryan Day is really hypersensitive to this thing about Ohio State not being tough. Remember, he went off on Lou Holtz when they went at South Bend, of all things, Lou Holtz. And so he's like, we're going to beat them by running the football, except they have the ability to throw the ball, even though that's not textbook Big Ten football. So they have a ridiculously talented team, but for whatever reason, I guess he just wanted to prove a point that they can run it on Michigan, and that was like the one lane for Michigan to win that football game. But that doesn't take the talent away. The question is, what is the psychology of that Ohio State team? For the record, the odds are Oregon's plus 350 to win the whole thing, Texas plus 375, and then the third team is Ohio State, plus 420. Next is Georgia at plus 525. I would tell you, I think Notre Dame at plus 800 starts to get into the category of being value. It's not crazy value. Next is Alabama, plus 1,000, even though they might not be in. Penn State at plus 1,100. Tennessee at plus 1,800. And then you start to get into the teams I'd be surprised if they could win it. SMU plus 2,000, Indiana plus 3,500, Boise State plus 5,000, Clemson plus 5,000.
What knocks Alabama out at this time next week? What are the scenarios?
Clemson winning and SMU getting an at-large.
If SMU could lose and get an at-large, you think? Because they've got them ranked pretty high, right?
But last night, I think Ward Manuel made it clear that that's in play, which then begs the question that we were discussing before the show. What upside is there for SMU playing in this game? If SMU were to lose, do they fall behind Alabama?
Yeah.
So they're penalized for being in the championship game.
That's exactly right. And that door was left open, whereas Ward Manuel made it clear that as far as the 3-loss SEC teams, none of whom are playing this weekend, they cannot move up.
Right.
They are frozen where they are. And Reese Davis, I was just listening to the podcast as I was driving in today. He said, I was surprised by him saying that, so much so that I followed up and said, do you realize that that is what you're saying, that Alabama is going to be ahead of Ole Miss and South Carolina no matter what? And he said, that is it. That's it. Nothing can be done this week. And in other words, if Clemson became the ACC champion, would that make the win for Alabama and Georgia, for that matter, look better? No. The answer is no. So it's either Alabama or SMU. I think that's pretty much it. As far as that at-large spot, UNLV can be in there, Iowa State, Arizona State, they can be in there, Clemson can be in there, but you essentially have your pool of teams that can be in the college football playoff. And I would imagine the 8-9 game is pretty much locked in at this point as well, because those teams aren't playing and nothing can really happen there. And I would imagine Notre Dame is going to be the 5 seed. Although that is not as firm because they're not playing, and they cannot be one of the top 4 seeds because they will not be a conference champion. That is in the rules, which means Tennessee is most likely heading to Ohio State to start this college football playoff. So that's what we got.
Buckeye related, Chuck Marlowe will be here in the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow to defend the honor of the Ohio State.
Is he a Ryan Day guy?
That's a great question. I think he's probably on the fence at this point. Yeah. I think he's defended it, but he's probably weary.
Is he still reeling from the defeat?
I'm going to text him. Are you reeling? I know in Chuck, probably not.
I don't think he reels over too much.
I think he gets really angry on Saturdays, and then he's probably over it by Sunday.
He was a feisty competitor in our fantasy baseball league. I'll tell you that, Doug. He's a feisty competitor. You and him would always embargo my trades. I had a real problem with it.
Well, it's because you had some lemmings giving you the best players in the league for nothing.
They just saw value in what the Southside Siemens team had.
I don't know what they saw.
Just give Timmy the best players. Will we have a big Chuck drop day then while he's here, maybe
sure,
as a sort of an homage?
Sounds like Martin's calling for drops day.
Well, I won't be able. If Chuck's in studio at 9, I will be micless. I'll be Nell.
So you can just fire drops.
That's just what I'll be.
Hit the keyboard, buddy.
That's what I'm going to be on.
Nice.
Who is the keyboardist, the famous one, techno music?
Falco.
I was thinking maybe someone else. Never mind.
Harold Faltermeyer. He had
Herbie
Axel
Hancock.
F.
Herbie Hancock?
Herbie Hancock. That's
Obi?
correct.
Obi is Obi somebody?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
No, not Obi
Trice?
Toppin.
No.
Obi Trice. Thank you.
Wow.
Nice, Martin.
Didn't Eminem
Yeah.
diss him?
And Without Me.
No, he said, Moby, you could get rolled by Obi.
Yeah.
Remember
Nice.
that?
Oh,
Yep.
for heaven's sakes.
You don't remember that, Doug?
No.
Da-da-da-da. Think that was Without Me?
Yes.
It was. Look at that.
Yeah.
And was Jenna Jameson and Kobe Ty in his bed at the start of that video?
I think we talked about this on QFTA. Yes.
Yeah. You
Get
didn't talk
to, all,
about this.
get to all the big topics.
Well, we did because I was confused
We save that.
if she spelled her name like Bean, and then you said yes, so I was able to find out.
Bean, B-E-A-N.
Nice. So you're familiar with Kobe Ty's
No,
work as
I'm
well?
not. No.
Sounds like you are. I don't know. He doth protest too much. Text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. Call in, Chairman Kurt standing by. I saw you two looking at each other. That's because we have Stewie on the line. I see. Okay, so I will take a commercial break. We'll have Jackson Sports Center update, which will probably be the Blues win last night in Winnipeg 4-1. Yeah. They'll take on Calgary tomorrow night at the Saddle Dome. Puck drop at 8 p.m.
Saddle Dome is where they play?
Oh, my God. Yeah, they just named it.
They only had the Olympics in that building.
Okay.
In 88.
I shouldn't have opened my mouth.
It's been the Saddle Dome for years.
My goodness. My goodness.
I'll look forward to the Sports Center update. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is The Morning After. It is 101 ESPN. Well, here we are in the holiday season, and that is where you can get help by working with Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage. Just Google the bagel loan, or you can call Stewie's personal cell phone. I've talked with him on the personal cell phone. This is the number, 314-324-4440. And Stewie, this is an opportunity to make decisions that truly will improve your life.
You know what? And Tim, in the holiday spirit, we're going to do something for the month of December that we've never done before. I don't think anybody's done it. If you have marginal credit, 580 credit score, 600 credit score, 620, you're normally subject to higher interest rates. Maybe you can't even get it done. For the month of December, we're going to give people with lower credit scores the same rate as we're going to give you when you have high credit scores. This is an amazing opportunity. If you have an FHA loan, if you have a VA loan, you have some credit challenges, this is the gift that we're giving to allow you to go ahead and get you that better rate and put you way ahead of the game. So here's the opportunity. Take advantage. If you're in that circumstance, get the cash out you need, reduce your rate, your payment, whatever it is, just for the month of December in the holiday spirit, we're going to do it for you.
That is an incredible deal. How about that? 314-324-4440. That's Stewie's personal cell phone. That's accessibility. 314-324-4440 or Google the Bagel Loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night over the Winnipeg Jets. Final score of 4-1. Off today, the Blues will be back in action tomorrow, taking on the Calgary Flames right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 7 p.m., puck drop at 8 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after. This is 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Call in, talk it over with Chairman Kurt. The next thing you know, you might be right here on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. Pick your poison. You can go into either one and talk it over. We're going to have Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 9 o'clock and then Benji Molina in studio at 9:30 here on the program. And you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Doug Martin just raised his hand.
I saw him do that.
Like we're in Skiwo.
Yes, Martin.
I didn't want to interrupt. I did have a question.
I am taking questions. Doug is not. Jackson is still trying to figure out what the Saddle Dome is.
I had to exit yesterday for some onboarding, and there was a caller who had been on a good 10 minutes already, so I just kind of said, I got to go. He would only talk to Jackson, and even if I wanted to ask him why he would only talk to Jackson, he said, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Jackson. So then I turned to Jackie and said, will you please ask him why he will only talk to you? And then I think he said, he's the good one, the smart one.
Yeah, smart one.
Right.
Did it come to any conclusion? That's my question.
I eventually had to pot him down so that I could answer his question about moving Nolan Arenado to short.
And the idea was Mason Wynn would play second
We got
To
rest
save
him.
his arm.
Yeah.
and then Arenado would play because it would pump him up.
And then go oppo for 7 years. Just
7 years
only-
of opposite field hitting.
only hit to the opposite field.
Was it a real call?
Here's what I think. My hope is that this guy's been listening to 101 forever and just kind of a normal, casual guy. And then, like, he was some sort of TMA sleeper cell where he heard us the
You
first
like that, Doug? TMA sleeper.
Like he
I don't
heard
mind
us
it.
for the first time, and some sort of comedic genius awoke in him, and he started calling in. That's my hope.
He's
That's,
trying to weave his way into like this vibe. He wants to play ball.
I think something came over him, and I hope that's the case.
It kind of had an Ask Tony vibe where there would be a ridiculous premise on Camel X with Ron Jacober. And, you know, Tony, I think the guy should be baling hay on the weekends. And Robert, turn him down, Willie. We don't need to hear this kind of stuff. Tony doesn't have time for this. And they're like, no, Ron, let him go, man. That's a good one. Like, and he would take it serious. That's 100% what it reminded me of. And I really couldn't decipher if it was material or
Listen,
not.
I've spent more time with Chris than any of you, and my money's on Chris is legit.
Chris is legit.
I think
Friend
so, too.
of the show.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Well, we'll have to text Mo and say we've got an idea here. You put Wynn at second, you keep Arenado, put him at short to pump him up. There we go.
Play some drops, you homeless college hoops loving sip.
Oh.
That's from Harrison's brother Master. Now, usually Harrison's brother Master texts in to complain about Jordan Kyrou, but I don't know if he can do that following 2 goals last night. How do you do,
Well, I'm
Jordan
fine.
Kyrou?
Yeah. One was a spinorama. Nifty little shot.
Yeah, NHL 94 on Sega Genesis, am I correct?
I don't know the years, Tim.
That was when they played in Swingers, right?
That's correct. Nicely
Yeah.
done.
Thank you.
Roll out Joel Hofer in his hometown. He gets the win, doesn't get the shutout. Then they pulled the goal. That kind of stinks. I know he doesn't care about the shutout that much, but that's impressive when you give Benner a night off. Doug, you want your main goalie to get a night off and still get the points. I would love to know, and I think Robert Thomas talked about the sense of humor that Monty has. That's not enough to win games. There does seem to be, and maybe it's as simple as they know this guy has a bit of a resume as a head coach. It stinks for Drew Bannister because you want to prove yourself, and if you don't get a long runway to prove it, you never get to be that guy. But it feels like the players see Montgomery in a totally different light than they did Bannister. And I feel bad for Drew, but it's the real deal. And for Blues fans, you're thinking, wow, Army, you've changed things. In 10 days, all of a sudden, I feel like this team now at least has a chance to be a playoff team.
I could see where if you have a coach that's really likable, feels like one of the guys that does have a sense of humor, it could take the edge off maybe, where you're not playing scared all the time. You don't really know what the guy's thinking. If he doesn't have a way to communicate well with the players, I could see where that would be a big deal.
I was texting with one of our former cohorts here on TMA.
Josh Schertz.
It was not Josh Schertz. Kevin Lorenz. Doug, you know him as the non-ling.
Non-gay.
And he was texting last night with me. We usually text during the Blues game, but I was caught up at that moment in Missouri's comeback against Cal. And I said, because it was scoreless through the first period, I said, what do you think so far? And he goes, I want to know what the thought process was on starting Hofer. And he was making the observation that Binnington had played this ridiculously good game on Saturday night and had kind of earned the next start, but he thought that Montgomery put Hofer in there because he's from Winnipeg, knows he's got friends and family there watching him play, and he said that kind of move is one of those things that goes really far in the room. And it's not even something that crossed my mind. So we'll have Jeremy Rutherford on, but Jamie Rivers is going to be with us at 10:15, and I'll be curious what his thoughts are on that as somebody who actually played the game and knows those kinds of dynamics that you may put a guy who, it's not like Hofer's like, Thomas Grice, who we got to see last night. It's not like that situation, but still, you got a guy who played it, out of his mind on Saturday night, got you 1 point, nearly got you 2 points, and then he doesn't get the start, but he does it because he wants Hofer to get that opportunity and nearly does get the shutout at home. I mean, Winnipeg pulled their goalie, pulled Hellebuck with 5 minutes left, and that's the only way that they could beat him. And yeah, I think he only faced 22 shots, but there were some high-quality opportunities for Winnipeg, and Hofer was right there to answer. So I'm curious if that kind of awareness of intangibles carries value in a room and helps build credibility and energy for a team that had been struggling before he came in.
I think they look at the road trip and say, Bennington's not going to play every game. Okay, so where's a Hofer game? Okay, if it doesn't matter, give him the hometown game, and Benner's probably good for him. And it doesn't offend. If it's a random game in a random town and it's not Hofer's hometown, they might wait. But I do think that was probably in play, even though that sounds kind of silly, like grade school. Okay, it's your hometown, you get to play. It does sound a little JV, but I think in this case, you're going to play that backup goalie at some point. If it's all the same, just put him out there in his hometown. And you're right. I think guys do appreciate that. Benner's probably like, oh, cool, good for him. I guarantee Bennington had no problem with it.
From the 314, Dylan Holloway said the biggest difference in Monty is more of a teacher than Bannister, and that's huge for the young guys. I recall had Pat Maroon on, and this was the first time I had met him at the time, in 2019, like a month after they won the Cup. And I said, so what happened in January outside of, what became the famous story of Gloria and being at that bar? He goes, we had a long road trip, and as strange as it sounds to people, and some people will frown on it because it isn't, quote, appropriate, we had a long road trip, and we just all started hanging out, and we went out and drank together, and we just kind of bonded, and then we took off. And he goes, I know that isn't what some people would want to hear, but that's the way that it actually worked out. So unique things that do sound kind of JV or like a movie can bring a team together. Now, it is important while we are in the moment to have the awareness that in the NHL in particular, you get the new coach bump, and we are seeing that. Now, we're seeing that against some good teams. I mean, the least of the teams the Blues have played is the one that they didn't beat, but they did pick up a point against the Flyers. Flyers are in the playoff mix, don't get me wrong, but they're playing some really good teams here, and they're winning. And, I mean, that was a hell of a performance. I was listening to Montgomery last night following the game. He goes, yeah, it was scoreless after the first period, but it was our play in the first period that set up all the opportunities and eventually the breakthrough in the second period. So they're not just getting fortunate here. They're playing some good hockey, and it's noticeably different. How much of that is the new coach bump? At what point does that expire? And then things, do they go back to where they were? Or is this team now just a different team with a new coach? And over the next couple of weeks, we're going to see it because the schedule really does not let up. The teams they're chasing in the wild card are the teams they face here over the next 5 days.
This dead cat bounce, it might not let up. It didn't let up with Berube when he was here. Lasted the whole season.
They didn't really have a dead cat bounce out of the gate with Berube. Then it took off in January. But initially, Martin, I think you dug that up. They lost, 5 of 7 with him or 7 of 8?
I believe it was 5 of 7.
It took a while for the cat to bounce.
And then the cat bounced all the way to a parade down market.
So if you're a head coach or a GM in this town, if you don't have the backing of this show, you're not long for St. Louis.
He will be in studio tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford in studio today at 9 o'clock. And then Benji Molina will bump Jeremy Rutherford. So when he starts going off on one of his takes, defending Jefferson County, Benji Molina is going to give him a little shoulder tap.
Somebody texted that Chuck put out a video Saturday night saying Ryan Day must go. So,
is that right?
So apparently he has made his decision clear. I think we're overlooking the Gloria moment of this season when things turned and something we'll be able to point to. And it was Holly yelling, take your shirt off. I think at that moment, the team bonded. They laughed. Right. And since then, Holly has been red hot.
Yes, he has.
4 goals in 3 games.
Yep.
He's going to be back at Edmonton where they let him walk. He's going to be inspired.
I don't know how you can make a song out of that. I'm sure some of our listeners will attempt to do it, and we appreciate that because Gloria, of course, Doug, was that 1983 that was a hit for Laura Branigan?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I'll say 82 to get me 83 and 81. I just don't think it was 84. Yeah, I think I feel good about that. But maybe somebody can make a remix out of Dylan Holloway calling for Zach Boulder to take his shirt off after he got Kelly Chase's shoulders.
Take your shirt off.
No, see, there it is
There's
again.
a song that said, we don't have to take our clothes off, and you can insert, take your shirt off. Somebody out there creatively.
Petey Pablo.
Petey Pablo.
What about that, Doug? Petey Pablo.
Is it possible that the 2 best players the Blues have
Did
right
he do
now?
Freak a League in 2003?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
absolutely. Yep.
He did do Freak a League in 2003.
I'm doing serious sports talk here.
Take your shirt off.
I was going to say, is it possible that right now the 2 best players on the Blues are the 2 guys they stole from Edmonton, Holloway and Broberg?
There's a detailed story in The Athletic this morning about the heist of the summer and those 2 offer sheets.
They have the 2 highest plus-minus ratings on the team. Holloway's behind only Kyrou in points. Broberg looks like their most productive defenseman. It's possible those are the 2 best guys they have right now.
And I think Doug Armstrong adheres to Charlie's policy that if you don't have the backing of this show, he'll be here to show his allegiance to the alliance. Doug
Coaches
Armstrong.
run a little scared until they get our pat on the rump.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Hey, Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. Martin, you got to engage in a debate with Ed Herman of Brown and Crouppen yesterday. I thought it was a good debate.
And again, my wife listening said, boy, that was interesting. The lawyer wanted to argue. And I said, not a real surprise, a lawyer wanting to argue. But I said I wasn't really ready for it. But I stand by my premise in the NFL because of the money. Your favorite team does have a better shot. Now, they'll mangle it like the Lions did for decades, the Bears do for decades, but they have the money to keep a Patrick Mahomes in a small town or an Aaron Rodgers or a Brett Favre because of the way they divvy up the money. Now, in baseball, you have teams like the Pirates who don't even try, but I do think that disparity, and you don't have a salary cap. That was my one regret. I didn't talk salary cap because that would have been a furthering of my point. But there is that randomness of October, which the Cardinals love to point to, and that's what he was able to fall back on. But yes, Ed Herman, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, he likes to have those debates. I enjoyed that conversation yesterday with you and Ed. And that's what you're going to get with Brown and Crouppen. Ed and Andy Crouppen and Terry Crouppen, they come in studio on Tuesdays and talk it over on the program. Longtime sponsor now, presenting sponsor, that is, of TMA. They are local. Founded in 1979, 44 years old. And if you are in a spot where you need the services of Brown and Crouppen, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the local ins and outs of your case and the local environment? You get to know the people who are handling your case at Brown and Crouppen. They're part of our community, and you can go online at brownandcrouppen.com or call them at 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. And make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. It's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA here on 101 ESPN. Day and Night, Kid Cudi. Phew. Boy, I'm torn on this one. Is it 2010 or 11? For some reason, I'm going to say 2011.
I don't know the year.
I feel like it's earlier.
And that's why I was going to go 2009, but I feel like
9 feels right.
Doug, is 2009?
I don't know the year.
Man on the Moon,
Tim.
Volume 2.
This is the remix. PFG, Crestwood Mall Food Court. Day and night, 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 night.
Now, were there DeBerg girls there also?
St. Mary's Guys. St.
St. Mary's guys at
Maybe
Crestwood
crazy
Mall.
girls over there.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Can I borrow
2008.
money for Sabaro?
2008, I think it's wrong.
That's early 08.
Orange Julius?
Doug, you're right. And Martin's right. Orange Julius. That's where Kid Cudi initially played. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. They got the YouTube chat. It's active as the day is long. They're in there and they're talking it over. John Scores, the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for November. If you want to be the December Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, go to tmastl.com. And great news, you get to keep your anonymity. Now, Martin, Doug is pro docs. He wants the listeners to have to use their real names.
Why not?
But at tmastl.com, when you sign up to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, in the Air Comfort Service text line, in the YouTube chat, you get to be a fake name like this one. This is from the delectable Danny Pintaro, and you remember him playing the role of Jonathan on Who's the Boss? Had a dream Doug and I were singing This Is It by Huey Lewis at karaoke night at Hampton Emos. We held hands, but it was not because we are gay. That's from the delectable Danny Pintaro.
What kind of comment is that?
Well, that's from the delectable Danny Pintaro, and my guess is that is not the gentleman who played Jonathan, because he was just recently in an accident over the weekend, wasn't he?
Yes, he was in a scooter accident. He was hospitalized and had emergency surgery after a scooter accident.
Stay off those scooters.
He tore his stomach.
And Scott Van Pelt. And I love the SVP pod with Stanford Steve following a Saturday of college football. And he dragged 30 yards by his Vespa on Saturday. Martin, heads up on your scooter.
Wow. I'll stay off the Vespa today.
I've known several people who got badly injured on those things. Apparently, a lot of kids were taking them home from the bars late at night.
Yes. Oh, bird scooters.
To try to avoid the Uber fee, and they'd be half drunk and fall on the scooters and darn near kill themselves.
Knew a kid who broke both wrists falling off of one of those. You can imagine some daily tasks become very difficult when you can't move your hands and wrists.
Can't play the drops.
Yeah.
Can't play. That was my issue. Is I fell off a scooter.
So that's why you're not playing drops?
Perpetually, yeah. Arthritic wrists.
No idea.
Didn't they get rid of the scooters in downtown St. Louis for a while?
St. Louis, yeah. Columbia had them for a long time. That's where this guy I knew broke his wrists. Yeah, I think they did take them. They would go really fast.
Yeah.
Like they would go really fast. And you're doing it on a sidewalk. You know,
It
that's
sounds like a
uneven
good
surface.
idea. It sounds like it.
Does it? A college town, everyone's hammered. Here, just grab a random scooter and drive home. What could go wrong?
They didn't take into account the late night bar rides home.
Right.
If you're just scooting across campus, that's probably okay. If it's 9 in the morning, it probably works fine.
Well, they had a funny system, but they would have people like sign up to charge them in their homes. You would take them from outside and charge them. And so some people would have like 100 scooters in their living room charging at one time.
Just to make another buck.
Because they could make some money doing it.
It was a Rob Manfred idea, the golden scooter. And you could take that home at night, whenever you needed it, whatever time of night, you could use it once.
Golden scooter.
Yes.
John Scores brings nothing to the show. Don't be stepdadding for these losers, Jackson. That's from Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. Was that June 2023 that he won?
I don't know the month.
Caller Buzz, and he is not happy with Jackson's selection of John Scores winning the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, who has won a Listener of the Month award, I believe. I would think he's had to have. Says, I will gape you, Kai. That's in reference to Jackson's buddy who is on a grounds crew at Martha's Vineyard golf course.
He just sent me, they just moved into Martha's Vineyard a couple days ago. Gorgeous place.
I mean, Martha's Vineyard, Doug, guys like me and you, meat and potatoes guys, we don't even know where Martha's Vineyard, where is it? Is it like in Utah or something?
It feels like it's outside of Boston. But who's making the money to afford this new place in Martha's Vineyard?
Well, it's off season in the vineyard. And that's a whole...
You have a problem with it being called the Vineyard right there?
It's a whole different ball game than peak summer season. Peak summer season...
Probably really cold.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Peak summer season, they would be living in a shack off season, they are living in a very nice place.
So rental or VRBO?
Yeah, rental,
Verbo?
extended rental.
This is the kind of money that Jackson's familiar with, and for Martin, Doug, myself, Chairman Kurt, probably most of you in the audience, we're more proletariats, meat and potatoes.
Our friends vacation at the Current River.
And we love it. We don't know any better.
We're happy for them.
But for Jackson, and many of your friends, of course, went to SMU, correct?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And they're fighting to get into the college football playoff. They might not. Maybe this will get you to rally behind SMU. Doug, this was a video that was shot at a recent SMU home game as they are fighting to get a bye in the college football playoff from out of nowhere. Take a listen here.
I lose more of my car seats than you make in a year.
What's your biggest financial flex?
My dog's worth more than most people's cars.
The biggest financial flex? My watch. How much is the watch worth? $300,000.
Got a SMU trust funds only.
You actually don't know who I am? My parents own a $100 million yacht with a $20 million helicopter. Look up the last name, Iapam. Gonna be making 7 figures. What's your net worth? About $150 million.
I have more than one house, and my dad owns part of a resort company.
My dad owns like 3 private jets, and he charters them out.
I get to gamble $50,000 a month.
My cat is worth $20,000. I had big extra plug at my 13th birthday party.
I'll never have to work another day in my life.
I own my own home, but like worked hard and saved up. My dad was in the NFL, so that kind of covers a lot.
I spent $500,000 in my daughter's tuition at SMU.
I live at home with my parents at 26 and don't pay rent.
If any chick asks you what you're spending on a diamond, dump her.
No matter how much money you make, you don't need a higher grade of chili. You can't buy better chili.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Doug, I thought that was taken at parties in the park in 2002, but that was actually at the SMU game, last weekend?
Yeah.
SMU. That's the kind of... That's the kind of world that Jackson is more familiar with.
Sure it is. Yeah.
Whereas we go to the Current River.
And the one guy gets $50,000 a month to gamble?
That was the best part. Is not talking about how much money he has, how much money he gambles every month. I guess on some sort of payment plan, like his parents give him $50,000 a month to gamble.
Isn't that the right thing?
That might be
Jimmy, here's $50.
You know,
you can see why the second generation from big money is sometimes messed up because they don't live in the same world the rest of us do.
Shout out the downfall of St. Louis.
That's right. I like to place a wager. That's got to be some of the most irresponsible parenting to let your kids gamble $50,000 a month.
Well, if you say, hey, only do it on parlays and teasers.
Right. Anytime touchdowns or better than that, first touchdown scores.
Right. That way your return on investment is, positive EV. No question.
One of them said, well, my dad was in the NFL, and that's part of it. And I was like, well, can we know more about that? Ask Joe if Troy Aikman's kids go to SMU.
There was the kid who had a net worth of $150 million. And his dad does own some company. I saw the name and looked it up. Yeah, those were real interviews.
Oh, I have no doubt that I have some buddies from Dallas who say the money at SMU is just unbelievable.
I'm sure. Wouldn't it be hard to really take school seriously if you have a net worth of $150 million already and you're 20 years old?
Yeah.
I flunked a science test. Oh, well.
Yeah, but could you pay less attention than we all did in college? I don't know.
I would
take a shot at the journalism school.
I would think you would just want a finance degree and learn how to handle that money, and that would be it, wouldn't it?
But they'd have people doing that for you too.
I guess, but you're not going to go out and really pound the pavement to try to find an ordinary job, are you?
That's when you become a classics major.
So maybe go back, interview all of them again, and say, "What's your GPA?" That might be a little more telling, right? To Doug's point, they don't care.
No, it would be hard to. Yeah, you couldn't blame them. I mean, if all your problems, at least financial problems, are answered before you ever really get into the real world.
These kids all sound like Jackson. That's from the Wedding Tackle. Jackson may have the most liquid trust fund in St. Louis, but he'd still put a cast iron skillet in the dishwasher. That's from the 636.
No.
I bet all of those kids are on Valtrex. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Now, what's Valtrex?
Live read, Jackson.
I don't want to misstate what it is. Is it not?
Because they're a new sponsor.
It's an ointment, right?
Herpes, right?
Yeah.
It's a herpes ointment?
I thought it was
quickly with a Valtrex knowledge.
Some sort of
we
balm.
want to welcome a new sponsor to the show.
It's like a salve, right?
You like a good salve?
I don't know what it is.
Some sort of body jelly? I don't know.
Valtrex.
jelly. I don't know what that even means.
Is it an essential oil?
No.
And how can oils be
Hopefully
essential?
not.
I haven't had an essential oil ever, so how essential is it
What
really?
about a body jelly?
I don't think maybe Vaseline.
Do you diffuse?
No.
Yeah, this is why you're messed up, man.
Oh. What would I be diffusing exactly?
Oils and such.
Don't say and such.
Hey guys, can the cute guy giggling in the background shadows either play the drops or help Jackson with some of his duties so he can play more than 5 damn drops per show? That's from Big Tuft, who Chairman Kurt theorizes goes by Jackson's awful dossier or something in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, they've got some of the same talking points they go to.
Talking points.
Take a deep breath. It'll be all right.
Jackson, do you have favorite drops?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, I struggle. I could give excuses or this, that, and the other, but it doesn't matter. But we do have like 700 drops, so it's not necessarily like whatever.
What?
I'm worried about body jelly.
You know.
I should have sent my kids to SMU to marry up. They all married down. It's disappointing. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Doesn't sound like he's on board with his in-laws.
Well, what's tuition at SMU now?
60,000+.
That's about what WashU is here. WashU may be a little more expensive than that even.
Yeah.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Yeah,
You'd see a lot of them down there.
That video was.
Jennings would be particularly refreshed if he were to go to Dallas, Fort Worth.
I think you send your kid down there to play the con game and just pretend to be uber wealthy and then get in with the families down there.
That's the
kind of like a wedding crasher, a college crasher.
And then that way they can pair their manners at weddings.
That's the plot of Saltburn.
But if you're not successful, you're out the $60,000 a year in tuition, right?
I don't know if that might be a GIF opportunity. Chairman Kurt knows it too. This Chairman Kurt's a social media wizard. You had clips left and right yesterday. Doug was carrying on a conversation. Martin then is watching Jackson as he says, "That's the plot of Saltburn," and he just kind of looks to the side and reasons it out himself.
It was quizzical.
Well,
was Barry Keoghan, and you said he allegedly cheated on Sabrina Carpenter?
I don't know. They did just break up, but I don't know about any infidelity. But that's the plot of the movie. It's a kid, a lower class kid, who gets in with the upper class and raises hell. So I thought it was topical or germane to the conversation.
I like that. I like Joe Germain. 2001 Rams. Am I right on that?
I don't know the years, Tim.
And he
I think
split
earlier.
quarterback duties with 97 Ohio State Stanley Jackson
and played at Mizzou that year.
See, there you go. My 21st birthday. September 27th, 1997. Thank you, Mark. That's why you brought it up. That's why you brought it up. JoeGermain.com, JeffLottman.com, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, that's Jeff Lottman. So if you're in the market to buy a home or sell your home, you can work with somebody who has been doing it in the St. Louis area for more than 2 decades with $500 million in sales. He is with Compass Realty, and Compass is the #1 luxury real estate broker in the St. Louis area. And you go, well, luxury isn't necessarily where my price point is. It's not about price point. No. No, it's about the experience, and that's what they provide at jefflottman.com with Compass Realty. So if you are looking to buy a home, you need somebody who is in the know because it's a competitive market. If you're looking to sell your home, work with somebody who has the experience and the connections. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lottman, Compass Realty, loyal sponsor here on TMA. You can get involved by sending your emails in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. TMA YouTube channel is youtube.com/TMASTL. That Chairman Kurt was busy as a little beaver yesterday, Doug, with his... He does deserve some applause.
Okay.
He was cranking them out left
He
and right.
was. We were texting. I said, yeah, I would go for it, brother. You got all kinds of clips. Send them out. And then we do collabs, Doug. You know what that is?
Yeah, a collaboration. You sit and talk for 2 seconds and try to make it sound more important than it is by calling it a collab.
Wow. That's not a bad guess. However, in this case with Instagram, he creates it and then he invites me to collab on it, so then it reaches my followers, even though my Instagram, much like my Twitter account, is essentially dormant. Martin Jackson calls my Twitter account a gift depot.
It's true.
It's a gift depot?
Yeah, it's just mostly gifts.
That's all, for the most part. It's a gift depot. But Chairman Kurt, we were just singing your praises on all of your fine videos you were sending out. What are our various social media platforms? Because I'm essentially social media retired.
We've got our Instagram at TMA_STL.
Had to get the underscore.
Yep. Twitter.
TMASTL?
Yep. And I've been doing some stuff on the TikTok.
I like that TikTok. I really do. You think it's going to go away, Doug?
No. They're never talking about it going away. They're talking about new ownership.
All right, sweet.
I heard you talking collabs. I appreciate you collabing on those.
Okay, stop.
I do send those out to other people on the show. They, however, don't seem to be as reciprocal on the collabing.
Boy, I'm picking up a read here, Martin. Well, you're not on Instagram, so you can't be invited.
But I just went back. I was on the run yesterday, and I realized that I saw these clips, and I'm a big fan of taking content, in all seriousness, and repurposing it so people are aware.
100%. That's why Chairman Kurt is doing great work.
Well, I mean, if you think about sports radio 5 years ago, you could have the best Joe Buck interview or Bob Costas interview, and it was at 10:20 on a Tuesday. You're like, oh, I was in a meeting. I was working out. And you're like, oh, what'd he say? It's like, that was it. It just came and went, and now it should live on. And thank you to Kurt. So I'm going back. I realized I didn't like him or repost him, and I'm doing that
So
now.
you're pissed at Martin, Chairman?
My original comment was kind of at the guy sitting just to your right.
Wow, not even getting named. Kind of like Ryan Day talking about Michigan.
If it was a banana smoothie, I'm sure you'd post it, but you can't repost it.
Yes, I would.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
Jeff Abel.
Do you send them to me and then I'm supposed to repost? Is that what you're saying?
So on your Instagram, which is what I'm mainly referring to here, you'll get a notification. You have to accept the collaboration, and then all the people that follow you for your protein smoothie tips can also see the show clips.
Okay. I don't see that I got anything.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's going to be a dog fight. It's going to be a bloodbath.
There's Rich from Maryland Heights.
Oh, God.
Yeah, exactly.
I got sidetracked because I was scrolling along, and I got tagged in all these by KG, which is great. And then Mary Wallace tweets at me, Channel 2 should show Bears-Niners Sunday. We want to see Caleb with the new coach. Illinois viewers want Bears game. Oh, my. I'm like, okay. Programming me
So
through
you're going to be
X.
programming? You're going to be putting that one in?
I don't know. And then the next one is from Putty Chains, and it just says Tim. And it's a guy who kind of looks like Michael Gersh, just staring out into
Do I look like Michael Gersh? He has wonderful hair.
No,
I'm bald as the day is long.
It just says Tim, and then there's a picture of a guy. I don't think it's
Staring out? Does that look like me?
But it's
No,
in
it
response to one of KG's clips. So I don't quite understand what it means.
Slaycott.
Yes.
He hasn't come fast enough.
Oh.
So, Doug, that's Mike Frances, a friend of the show. And he's talking about Heathcliff Slocum?
The old Cardinal pitcher?
But, Kiki, are you coming back to football because you miss it, or are you coming back to football because you just had a big failure in broadcasting?
That's not a good question.
Those are the kinds of questions you ask, Martin, when you get guests on Sports Final. Show some balls. The media in this town is soft.
Okay, who was the guest?
That was Tiki Barber.
Oh, okay.
And him
That's probably a fair
were
question, actually. That's actually a fair question.
Listen, Kurt, it's a miracle old man Vaughn hasn't posted his social security number at a TMA collab on the gram yet. Come on. Any hoodles, Doug, did you ask Martin if I can bury my face in his breast? If it's a no, we can just resume our face-sitting routine. Hey, while I'm being read, thanks for the Colts stat yesterday, Mr. Tim. Was really great, and you nailed it. They do have that record, and I'll be using it in my story today. Hashtag free perk. That's Brian Henshin, who covers the Colts for the Indianapolis Star-Tribune, that texts into our show.
This is what a journalist is writing into a radio show.
Why don't you make yourself useful, Henshin, and retweet our stuff so that we can get the
Colts audience.
Get our reach out in Indianapolis.
They love Anthony Richardson in St. Louis.
People wonder where the respect went for the news media now. We just had a guy call in and wants to bury his face in Martin's chest.
And he covers the Colts.
Phrased question, Doug.
Right.
Can you imagine his editor calling him in? Yeah, are you a participant of this show in St. Louis? Just need to know a little more. Jackson, you're heating up over there, buddy. You are really...
Yeah, you're starting to feel it. You're sending a message. You're answering Big Tough's call.
I do nothing to appease to people like Big Tough. I do it for the good of the show.
Oh, do you?
Wow. Look at this guy. I like this guy's passion. That's what I enjoy.
In the dossier, what I really enjoyed, we didn't get to it in 7-3, segment 7-3, where it just said... coaching malpractice in the first half. I feel like you were going to take down Coach
Gates. You were going to go after... Let me tell you something. You know I love that powermizzou.com at the Colonel's website.
Uh-huh.
They were ready to run Dennis Gates off based on the way things ended at the first half last night, and operating, certainly understandably so, that it wasn't going to improve in the second half, and it would have been, as a 10-point favorite, even though it is an ACC school, that would have been it, because you've got Rock Chalk coming up this weekend, and the expectations aren't particularly high for that affair.
In the dossier yesterday, after the first half, I had in all caps airing of grievances. Dennis Gates is committing coaching malpractice.
Wow.
Because he was. And he...
What did he do that bugged you so much?
What did he do in the first half, and then what did he change for the second half? Or was it just the fact that the team shot 86%?
No, I think that there was an actual coaching move that led to stuff like that. It was in the first half, it's been my gripe with him forever, is this 12, 13-man rotation where you're not playing your best players. Like, it's so frustrating when you watch Cal, who has Peja Stojakovic's kid and a bunch of other really good players. They play the entire game. They don't come out. And then you have Anthony Robinson from Missouri, who started out the game scoring the first, 8 points, and you take him out for the last 14 minutes of the first half when you're having a turnover crisis and he's your only true point guard. It was so frustrating. In the second half, he tightened up the rotation, played about 8 guys in the second half, started running high ball screens on drop coverage, let Anthony Robinson cook. And what happens? They play outstanding, almost a flawless second half, because they tightened up the rotation and let their best players play. It's so frustrating.
13 players got minutes in that game.
I know, but he does that every game. That's not like a sustainable... People need time to get comfortable.
Does he justify it by saying this early in the season he just wants to make sure what he's got? He wants to see everybody, give everybody a chance.
And I get that to an extent, but you have to have some core guys in there at all times. And Anthony Robinson and Tamar Bates, in my opinion, are 2 guys who have to always be in there because they're scoring and ball handling abilities. They have to be in there. And when you don't have that, he had to line up with Aiden Shaw and Mark Mitchell. Those 2 guys on the floor together, neither of them can shoot, neither of them can drive. It's terrible, terrible rotation.
What do you think the most minutes a single player had last night for Missouri?
Probably, it ended up being Anthony Robinson because he played the entire second half.
But how many minutes of the 40?
He probably then had 28 minutes.
Oh, Anthony Robinson had 28. However, Tamar Bates had 29.
Okay.
That's really low. It is for a starting player.
Tamar Bates fouled out, in fairness.
Jackson, what do you think the number will be when Rock Chalk comes a-calling this Sunday? And what percentage would you give Missouri to shock the world at Mizzou Arena?
I'll say Kansas by 11.5.
That's the number that's exactly the number I was going to give.
11.5. And percentage, I'd give Missouri to win 15%.
Oh, wow.
Maybe 10% at Fall Gallon, 15% at Mizzou Arena.
Jackson, you give them a 10% chance to win at Fall Gallon?
Yeah.
I think you're out of your mind.
When I coached CYC ball at a very high level, 3rd, 4th grade or so.
And that was at St. Kitty's in Crestwood, right?
I would make sure that everyone got equal playing time. You think Gates is taking a page out of my book and trying to do that with the Missouri Tigers?
It's a CYC rule.
I've talked about it before. He's who was on Leonard Hamilton's staff for a long time. Leonard Hamilton's still coaching Florida State. They played after Mizzou, actually. And that's a big thing they do is 13 guys. Everyone has fresh legs. ball pressure all the time. And I get that, but they don't have the same athleticism that Florida State has had their best. And I just don't personally like that when you have a bunch of scorers on the team. They need time to get into the rhythm of the game. You got to give him time. Tamar Bates is a prime example of that. Anthony Robinson, prime example of that.
Would you have been calling for his head this morning if they would have wound up losing?
I would have said we have to have a serious conversation.
You and Dennis?
The Missouri fans and the situation, because I think, but he really surprised me in the second half and did everything I was like screaming about at halftime. He changed.
Well, they're 7-1, granted a very soft schedule, but he's still been able to see everything that he has on his team, who can play maybe and who cannot play, and he's managed to win 7 of the first 8 games.
Sure, yeah. I mean, but the Bunny Hill portion of the schedule is over. Like, it's time to get real.
Bunny Hill.
Like,
you like that skiing reference?
Like Bill Self's coming to town on Sunday. Like, it's no longer are we playing the Mississippi Valley states of the world.
Well, they
like,
still have Long Island and Jacksonville State and Alabama State on the schedule.
Right, but we're now getting into the portion where you're going to play some really good teams.
Where you got to ride the chairlift. And you can't just do the rope.
Right. I mean, bragging rights is 3 weeks away. Like, it's time to go. Like, you got to find your core and roll.
For the record, according to the 314, Ken Palm has KU -5.
Yeah, I saw something like that. I'd be surprised if the number is that. And if it is, it'll get boosted up to, I bet, 9.
Do we have a fiduciary responsibility to bet that number right now if we can find it with our high school bookies?
I've made a rule to no longer bet against Mizzou. It's just not, I don't like doing it. I feel like it gives it bad luck. I don't want to do it.
It cuts into your enjoyment of the game, probably.
Not even that. I'm very superstitious, and I feel like it's bad juju.
Nino Brown, New Jack City, 1991. His business.
What percentage would you give me that Drink will be there and may hold up a sign?
He was there, last night. So I'd say 90% chance he's there.
He's there. Will he hold up a sign?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
And he held up a sign last
Talking
time?
about KU's level 1 violations. That was the sign. I'm going to predict he doesn't hold up a sign, but he'll be there. Maybe smoking a cigar.
I'm glad the Ladue backup pick setter and locker room guy was eventually placated by Dennis Gate. That's from Carlos Spicewiener. This guy just repeats what he hears on other shows. No way he came up with the Bunny Hill thing on his own. That's from Wedding Tackle. Are you plagiarizing?
Not in the slightest.
Wedding Tackle, he says, not in the slightest. And that is slanderous?
Whatever. Yeah. I've watched the game my entire life, played it. My dad was a coach. Whatever.
There's nothing more
Coach's
entertaining than Jackson angry about Mizzou basketball. Kansas by 40.
Wouldn't surprise me. I hope he gets just tightened up. Like, there's no reason for 12 or 13 guys to play anymore. Apologies to Jacob Cruz. I'm sure he's a wonderful guy. I no longer need to see him on the floor. I truly do not.
Stop it! Stop it! Why do you hate us? Blues talk, Mizzou non-conference talk. It's like I'm sitting in the Festus Firestone or the stands at a Vianney game. That's from Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year, Arbor Day. Doug, he doesn't want to hear about Missouri non-conference basketball or your St. Louis Blues in a Jim Dandy of a win last night in Manitoba.
Right. And Jackson doesn't want to hear any more about Jacob Cruz. It's his senior year, man. Give him some minutes.
And this is with Caleb Grill out. Otherwise, you'd play 14.
I know. That's what I'm saying, is your leading scorer was out, and you're still playing that many guys. Like, it's just, it's very, Grill, Bates, and Robinson should always be on the floor.
They only shot 9 threes. That's actually shocking in college basketball.
Yeah. You know, a benefit of playing a lot of people, you got a lot of fresh legs out there. They can play tougher defense. Game wears on, second half, you got a bunch of fresh guys out there as opposed to the other team playing the same 6 or 7.
It sounds awesome in principle, but these are young guys who have a lot of endurance. Like, they can play more than, this is not, guys in their late 30s. These guys can play, and you got to get into the rhythm of the game. If you are a scoring guard who shoots a lot of mid-range or three-pointers, you got to be able to get into the rhythm of the game and feel it out. Playing 2 minutes and then being pulled is terrible.
How about this? Some support. From Brian Henson, too, who wants to bury himself in Martin's bosom.
Yeah, a journalist.
He says, great analysis, Jackson. You do know ball, and I enjoy it when you get in a lather. How about that? Brian Henson.
God bless, Brian.
Yeah, look
These
at
good
that.
people.
Now, we have a texter known as the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Oh, that guy sucks.
And he says, Jackson, no one cares about your Mizzou takes. Go home and play with your Jason Sutherland Barbie doll. You have a Jason Sutherland Barbie doll. He was on the 95 team that just nearly lost to the eventual national champion UCLA Bruins. Ty 74
covering, guarding.
Jump, Buck, jump, jump, Buck, jump. And then the Haley twins were lying on the floor. No. And you have a Jason Sutherland doll?
I hate to show my ignorance, especially after I was
You've
trying
never
to.
heard of him,
I've
have
never
you?
heard of him.
Oh, my Saddle Dome, and now this.
Did he play in the league?
Big Moon McCrary guy?
No, I don't think he played in the NBA. He wasn't that good.
Martin, would you like to tell us about, what are you telling us about?
Let's talk about Design Air. I still don't quite get why Tim gets the sign, but like I'm sitting right here.
I guess so I can get the ball to you.
I think, yeah.
I mean, when you run an end around, you don't just tell the wide receiver the play. You got to tell the quarterback.
You're trying to fool the guy doing the line read.
Seth Goldcamp said, why does it take 8 people to get over to Martin to talk about Design Air? We don't want to wait to talk about them. Design Air, the premier heating and cooling operation in this town forever. 1904 is when it all began. Seth Goldcamp and the family here is talking about them. Longest running sponsor of TMA. Don't hold that against them. If the furnace isn't working right, that's a big issue. It's stressful. You have somebody come out to repair the furnace. The last thing you need is the added stress of them trying to sell you something. The key is to get it repaired. If it needs to be replaced, they'll let you know. Design Air trains their technicians to get in, get the job done right, and not there to sell you something. It's how they train their employees. Design Air, again, 1904. We're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of satisfied customers, including many on the TMA listening pages. The supporters of TMA have all figured this out. Design Air, this time of year, it's cold, it's winter for several months. If you're having any issues with your furnace, make sure you check them out. Go to designair.com.
Yeah, Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. That is where you can work with Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation and sponsor of our email of the day. I am a pale lemming. One day, I will let him play with my wife alongside Tim and Michael Wellington. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. How great is that?
That's my guy.
Yeah, there you go.
I love recovering alcoholic.
And you're going to play with his wife?
No.
Along with Tim and Michael Wellington.
That's correct.
When usually he's very aggressive with me.
Yeah, but now he's a fan after your Dennis Gates takes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, now he's on board. Get involved. You can text in, too. It's the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And youtube.com/TMASTL is where you can watch the program and participate in the chat as well, in addition to the 101 ESPN YouTube channel as well. We have Jeremy Rutherford at 9 o'clock in studio.
Angry.
And angry as a hornet. We have Benji Molina in studio at 9:30. Is he angry? I don't think
He's
so.
never angry. He's one of the greatest people to see at the ballpark. Even when the team's terrible, I'll sit and eat with him before one of the games. He's just fun to talk to. Great baseball knowledge, but also just a pleasant person.
He has an event coming up, and so he is going to be talking about that with us, as along with a Cardinal discussion. That's at 9:30. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. There is your captain's log, the TMA dossier, here on 101 ESPN. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Call in. Talk it over with Chairman Kurt.
But nobody's called, have they?
I don't know. Chairman Kurt
Biff tried to call. He texted me and said he tried to call. No one answered the phone.
Chairman Kurt, that's slanderous if it's inaccurate. If you can prove malicious intent, you will win millions of dollars.
Could have been when I was back there getting segment 1 ready to go, or hour 1, I'm sorry, uploaded. So I got my eyes on the phone.
Yeah,
okay, maybe he'll call back.
St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. They're online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, and I'm a big fan. Matter of fact, Doug, take a listen to this, why don't you?
Okay, I'd like to.
Ryan Seiberg from the service department is coming here at 11 o'clock to pick up my, watch this, whip, 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 because it needs service. It has that A16 notification going off. So he's coming here to pick it up. That's the kind of service you get.
Well, how are you going to get home?
I'm going to ask St. Louis Acura. Loaner. Loaner season.
Okay.
And it's got 22-inch rims, and they're spinning.
And you drive around Hampton Village and show yourself off a little bit?
Oh, I cruise around Francis Park.
Oh.
Subwoofer in the back.
Yeah,
so watch out for Coach Kornfeld training those kids how to drive. I'd be careful with that route.
stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com, and then there is a number for TMA listeners. It's known as the secret number, but it gets you right to the people in charge. Doug calls them the muckety mucks. Here it is, 314-252. 0029, 314-252-0029. I said to Jackson, I said, all right, this college football thing, you're taking heat for saying South Carolina and Ole Miss would be in. You don't remember saying that, though, for the record.
I thought I said, I remember saying something similar. I don't remember exactly what I said.
So now it looks like Alabama is in, and I said, what is our best recollection of last night's college football playoff rankings? And you said it's probably Dabo being the worst.
Oh, yeah. Because I guess he has a chance to get
he could be a 4 seed.
Yeah, he can get his 4 seed. This is him talking about the history of Clemson, maybe even the future.
I think we were the first 15-0 team, national championship team. Maybe we could be the first 3-loss team. Boy, that would upset some people. God, y'all would have to take a bunch of stuff back that y'all say every day. That would really disappoint some people. But why not? Why not?
Sounds a little like the drink playbook. Kind of scolding the people in the room there, what you said about us.
But even Kirby Smart, after they won the national championship 2 years, said everybody didn't believe in us. And I'm going, you've been ranked number 1.
Right.
You know, the disrespect card gets played quite a bit, and more often than not, I feel like it's BS.
Right. I think the Clemson brand's down a little bit, for sure.
Sure it is, because he took Cal on the portal and NIL.
They did lose to Georgia 34-3.
That's right.
But that was the first week of the year.
That was the week 0.
Yeah. So, in fair, like I also am a little confused. Like I asked the question yesterday. Had Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois 2 weeks ago, what would their status be? However, on week 0 games, I do kind of understand teams obviously get better. We talk about South Carolina; they've gotten head and shoulders better. Florida's gotten head and shoulders better later on in the season.
Well, that's the thing. So, I didn't know if they were going to value recent performance more. And if so, then that boosts South Carolina. And Ward Manuel did cite the last 3 games when he was comparing Miami and Alabama. But, I mean, in the last 3 games, Alabama lost 24-3 to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if it's any team other than Alabama in that position, losing 24-3 to a very pedestrian Oklahoma team, I think it's disqualifying.
Yeah.
And yet Alabama gets in. Aaron Taylor, who played at Notre Dame and is a part of CBS, he flat out said as much, and I don't know if I would call it conspiracy, because I think a number of people feel this exact same way.
Brands matter. Yes. And this isn't about a meritocracy. It's a branditocracy. The one consistency that the committee had played to date was the loss column. It ordered them rank and file right in a row. And if the teams were close, the team that won got. There was maybe an exception or two. To move Alabama there, it locks them in. It's good to be the king. They've gotten the benefit of the doubt, and they've earned it. But it's not based on what's taken place on the field. You look at a Georgia team that dropped 9 spots after losing on the road, when Ohio State only drops 4, losing at home to a 6-5 team. Miami drops all the way down, losing to a pretty good Syracuse team, when other teams enjoy different scenarios. Yep. So it's not equal. It's never designed to be equal. And these teams don't earn their positions. They're placed. The whole deal here is to get the most eyeballs and to make the most amount of money
Say it
possible.
again. Yep.
It's to make
been
money.
saying that.
This whole thing is set up to do that.
There it is. The whole thing is designed to get the most eyeballs. Alabama's going to get the most eyeballs. Alabama gets in. That was essentially, Doug, what you were saying yesterday before the rankings came out.
It is a business. They're all in this to make money, every one of them. There's nothing going on here other than a huge money-making opportunity for everyone involved. And so if it comes down to Alabama and an Ole Miss, I think they're always going to pick Alabama.
Yeah, and the conspiracy going on, and maybe feels vindicated, is that Missouri's been ranked higher to boost up Alabama's stock. 19 right now. Alabama needs to have higher ranked wins if they're going to get over the hump of the bad loss to Oklahoma, the bad loss to Vandy, almost losing to Carolina. So if you have Mizzou ranked high, it benefits Alabama.
Ranked in the AP college poll or just in the CFP?
CFP is the one that matters.
Right. But I'm saying, aren't they already kind of ranked by the voters? I mean, it's somewhat similar, right? You're saying the conspiracy. How big a difference is it? A few points or a few spots?
They've moved up. They're higher in the CFP than they are in the AP.
But I mean, what's the difference? A couple of spots?
So in the college football playoff rankings, Missouri is now 19. Illinois moved up as well. They are 21. In the AP poll, Missouri is 22.
Yeah.
So it's 3 spots better.
Yeah. Right. But that 3 spots jumps Illinois, who teams like Penn State have
that's
a win
Penn State's
over.
best win.
Yeah, and that jumps UNLV, who's going to have a chance to make a run.
And you think the committee's doing that to enhance
justify
Alabama's?
Yes, that's what a very popular theory going around. And I don't think it's like evil to say that. It's not like something that the CFP is doing that's like evil, but it's certainly, I would think, it holds water.
Yeah.
That's not like Martin.
Anytime there's going to be some opinion involved, rather than here's the conference champions,
Right.
these are in the play.
Right.
You're going to have these talks.
So if I needed to, if I were doing a Dan Orlovsky program, I could make a case for anybody. You can spin the numbers. It truly is like politics, and in a unique way, because so much of it is oftentimes Big Ten versus SEC. In this case, it's SEC versus ACC. It's North versus South, but oftentimes it's Big Ten, SEC, North versus South. And you can make a case. You can make a case for take your pick of whomever, and that's what Mario Cristobal was doing with Miami yesterday, saying we won the games. They lost 3 times, and the losses that we did have were close losses to quality teams. How are you going to talk about a team that lost 24-3 to an Oklahoma team and lost to a 6-6 Vanderbilt team, and then put them in over us? So you can make the case for whomever. I'd like to think that this would put the nail in the coffin on the Missouri thing. The Missouri thing was never going to happen. I think Gabe went there last night because they were going to have to pass Alabama and A&M with both of them having 4 losses. That was the bottom line. And because you're going to have to overcome getting blown off the field 75-10. But the optics of those 2 losses, I think, played a role in South Carolina's situation. I think if South Carolina had a close loss to Ole Miss like they did with Alabama, they're in a different spot. But they weren't going to be able to overcome 27-3 at Ole Miss, just like Missouri couldn't overcome 34-10 and 34-0 or whatever the hell it was, 36-10. Hell, I don't know. They got beat by a lot against Alabama and A&M.
And if you beat South Carolina, Gabe said this on Monday, then their record's 8-4, and it doesn't look as good.
That's exactly right. So it trends down on that one. Hey, Jeremy Rutherford's going to be in studio coming up in 15 minutes as the Blues have one of their finer wins of the year against one of the top teams in the NHL, although the Jets now are in a 4-game skid. And then in studio in the 9 o'clock hour also, Benji Molina, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. Send yours in to compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Dallas Mavericks defeat the Memphis Grizzlies last night, 121-116. Luka Doncic with 37 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 steals to boot. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. Morning After, 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Don Pepe is in there talking about it and making the case that if Illinois would have beaten Minnesota, they would have been one of the first teams left out.
Maybe right there.
Yeah.
With your only 2 losses
That's
at
right.
Oregon, at Penn State. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's why Don Pepe's the Don. During the commercial break, setting the stage for our 9 o'clock hour, which should be a monster, with Jeremy Rutherford in studio and Benji Molina then at 9:30. Jeremy Rutherford at 9 o'clock. And you can send in your 2-part questions to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, as JR is presented to you by the great Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies online at evergreenstl.com. I was seeing that Zach Bryan is trending right now, Doug, on the Twitter tweets.
Is he? For what reason?
Jackson, do you know why he is trending right now on the Twitter tweets?
I do not. I checked out of all Zach Bryan related controversies a few.
Controversy? What the hell is that?
Like I'm having tea at St. Louis Country Club.
Controversy?
Who's your favorite golfer? Freddie Couple. Isn't he getting canceled because of a relationship? He tried to pay her off. My kids told me. I played it because I learned about Zach Bryan from the kids. I played it the other night. And they, you can't play him anymore. I said, what? And they go, he's in big trouble. He tried to pay off an old mistress or something.
Jackson, is that an accurate?
Missed it. That's no, it's his ex-girlfriend.
Wow, do you see how you're dismissed?
I didn't mean. Well,
I'm sorry, I didn't pick the proper controversy.
What was the thing that Bob Costas said? The
gendarme. Send in the gendarme.
It feels like that. No, his ex-girlfriend who works for Barstool.
Doug, you know her as Brianna Chicken Fry.
I don't know her.
So he's trending right now because I guess today is the day you get your Spotify most listened
Wrapped.
to.
Yeah, the Wrapped.
And so people are posting those, but then also apologizing that they have listened to a lot of Zach Bryan because they know that they will catch hell for listening to Zach Bryan, and that's because of this controversy.
Controversy.
Let me. I want to address some folks right now. Not about the Zach Bryan thing.
Doug, turn your mic off.
Attention. Yes, sir. Jackson Burkett would like to make an address. He will not be taking questions, but he does have a statement. He's prepared.
Yeah. As someone who uses Apple Music, I don't use Spotify. I am prepared for Instagram to be flooded with your Spotify Wrapped, and I promise you nobody cares. Like, I swear, yep. We all listened to Kendrick this year. Thank you.
We listened to K-Dot.
Thank you. I know you're in the top, 2.5% of listening to Chapel Roan. Got it. It's wonderful. I don't need to see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry out there if this affects you, but I'm done with the Spotify. I can't look at it. I won't look at it.
Are you done with your statement?
Yeah. Statement concluded.
I'm reading about Zach Bryan's breakup with Brianna LaPaglia.
Yeah.
Brianna Chicken Fry.
It looks like they just broke up. There was nothing messy about it.
Are you also freaking mind?
What did he do?
What about to be held accountable by Jackson and Chairman Kurt?
It's been one of the biggest stories out there, Doug.
So what did he do?
Emotional abuse.
Doug's not going to be sympathetic to that term.
If you can get your cuckold on, do it.
What else?
He sounds like a real bad dude. Bad boyfriend, bad guy.
Well, that's not a lot of specifics. Sounds like they just broke up.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a situation in which an ex talks bad about the...
Yeah.
Did you not listen to the BFF? I can't even get it out. The BFF podcast with Portnoy and Brianna and...
Doggone it, I missed it this week.
If this wasn't this week.
Okay, well, I missed it last week. Tell me the details.
Doug, you're so freaking old.
Well, why is it any different than any other breakup?
I think her stock was just skyrocketing. And I think he was being really controlling about what she would wear and what she would post on her.
Gosh, it just sounds horrible. So maybe he's a narcissist who wants everything his way.
I think so. And then he tried.
Taking a shot.
And then he allegedly threw a $12 million offer out for her to sign a non-disclosure, which she did not accept.
And that's on him? He offered her $12 million?
Okay, interesting.
To not talk about their relationship?
Well, it sounds like it was pretty messy.
Doug, here's a couple of headlines. Zach Bryan paused his second show in a week after fan throws a Zyn can at him. ZYN. Outraged Zach Bryan has object thrown at him on stage again as country star swears at the crowd. So they're going to see him, but they're mad?
Well, the tickets are expensive. You got to put them to use.
How many pan coins you got, bitch? He didn't talk to her like that, I hope.
I think it might have been along those lines.
Really?
So now, Doug, do you understand?
No,
Okay.
I don't. It
He was
sounds
a
like
bad boyfriend.
You got to listen to this.
usually
BFF
when people
episode.
break up, there's some messiness involved and some words go back and forth.
Well, that doesn't
people
make it
might
all right.
No, but it's not like he beat her or anything, right?
I don't know. Infidelity? Are you okay with that?
No, but again, that happens quite often. It doesn't mean that the whole country turns on the guy.
Saw Sturgill in Toronto last week. Some dork threw a poster up on the stage for him to sign. He handled it well. I said, yeah, I'm sort of in the middle of something right now. That's from Reddit, Doug.
Okay.
Stephen Bamberg, what's up, Steve?
The fact that grown men are talking about a recent breakup is right up the baby girl alley. Keep it up. That's from Mr. Siders, who is disappointed with the conversation on the breakup of Zach Bryan and Brianna Chicken Fry. And Chairman Kurt, you presenting the case for Brianna Chicken Fry. And Doug, I don't know if you're necessarily defending Zach Bryan, just kind of confused.
Yeah, I'd just like to know what I guess he offered her 12. He must have done something so bad that he offered her $12 million to keep quiet about it.
Yeah.
And she would rather not keep quiet about it than have $12 million.
No, she doesn't want this to happen to the next one.
And who was that, Mr. Siders?
Yeah, and if you're going to call me baby girl,
really important who said it. Cut that off.
No, but this is not like some sort of a la carte menu where you can pick and choose what you want us to talk about and what you want to hear. This is
People want drops from you and you're delivering right now.
Well, this is a 16-course meal, and if you don't like us at the French onion soup, you can't have us at the duck confit.
What was the last word?
Confit.
Oh.
Okay.
So Jackie's kind of upset with the texters. KG is sort of disappointed in Doug with his lack of knowledge.
You just got to stay a little more connected.
Could this be a typical he said, she said thing with someone who's famous and wealthy?
See, I don't think so, because if he was innocent in all this, I think he would have defended himself a little bit more.
And when you say all this, we don't know what all of this is.
Well, I do, but I'm not just going to give it to you. What?
You don't.
I do.
Tell us.
I'm telling you, she went to maybe the Golden Globes, was wearing this attractive dress. He was abusive about what she was wearing, making her take down posts, screaming, throwing phones.
Take your shirt off. No. He thought the dress was too revealing.
Yeah, she's very attractive, and I'm sure she had a lot of simps in the DMs.
So controlling, it sounds like we're describing.
Yeah, and somebody said the word narcissist, and I think that's spot on with this guy. He's got a little man syndrome.
Okay.
You take a shot.
Tomorrow, Bates made Sports Center Top 10.
Hold on a second. Chairman Kurt is making his case to Doug, explaining this Zach Bryan, Brianna Chicken Fry situation. And then, Jackson, you just had a little drop-in right there?
Oh, breaking news, number 8. Little left-hand baseline jam. How do you do?
Okay, that's enough out of you.
All right, fair enough.
Can the adults please take back control of this show?
Well, there are no adults.
That's one of the core issues. Good news: Jeremy Rutherford is lurking out in the hallway, and he is going to be in.
Maybe he's
mad.
And he's mad
about.
about the Jefferson County comment earlier in today's program. That's coming up. Your two-part questions for JR are welcome, as he is presented to you every Wednesday at 9 o'clock by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Benji Molina is coming in at 9:30, and we welcome you to participate in the program by texting in, by calling in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Wherever you live, wherever you work, there's got to be a Schnucks nearby. Schnucks all around the greater St. Louis area, and that means you can stop by, load up on groceries, and save money. Best thing to do is download the app. Get involved with that Schnucks Rewards program. It's real simple. Every time you're buying groceries, you're adding to your rewards. It's real nice. You're at the checkout line, and let's say you want to use your rewards. I don't know how much, $10, $12, $15. Fun to build that account up. You can do it simply with the Schnucks Rewards. You're already saving money with those digital coupons. Just sign up, get the Schnucks Rewards, save money every time you're at the grocery store. All kinds of great holiday meal deals coming your way over the next couple of weeks. We've got the Merry Meal Deal, the 12 days of savings, all coming your way leading up to the holidays. With Schnucks, you'll always save money. Make sure you download the rewards.
Hello again, everybody. It's TMA, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. And if you're watching on YouTube, you see a couple of cute boys just showed up at our cocktail lounge, Doug.
Cocktail lounge.
What's wrong with that?
Hopefully they both know something about this Zach Bryan, Brianna LaPazia breakup.
Mark, I know you feel passionately about this.
I'm simply devastated. I can't believe that the world has come to this.
I know the feeling.
I could barely get out of bed this morning.
And yet
tough
you
for
did.
all of us.
Who is it?
To come
Zach, you can't go to a Zach Bryan concert or listen to his music.
You got to throw something.
I took my wife and my son when he was in St. Louis in May, and it was a memory that we enjoyed. But now I'd like to apologize here on 101 ESPN for going to the Zach Bryan show, and I will not be showing my Spotify Wrapped because Jackson says that no one cares. But I will be showing our fantasy football standings.
Don't ever apologize.
Thank you, Mark Hanna.
There's no upside to it.
No.
Okay.
Instead, make counter accusations.
Double down? I like it. JR, what's up?
What's up? What's up? Hey, I got some serious business here.
Uh-oh.
So listen to how my day starts. First of all, I'm thinking, you know what? I'm going to do the phone interview today. I got to get to the gym. I'm doing donut-free December, so I'm going to put some sweatpants on.
Look at you.
Go to the gym and work out, and I drive down the street, and Tim goes, Rutherford in studio. It's like, oh, I'm going to walk in there in my sweatpants and watch. The first person I run into is going to be the big boss, John Kiowski, right? Well, who do I walk into?
John Kiowski, always nattily attired.
And then on top of that, I get in the car, I turn you guys on like I always do, and what does Piddles over there say? That Jeffco's the Manitoba? As I'm driving down Jeffco Lane.
You're taking shots left and right.
He's
Jackson
looking
can't defend
quite
himself because,
proud of himself right
because
now.
Mark Hanna has the microphone, and so Jackson has to play the role of Nell Jodie Foster, where he has to hold up signs in order to communicate when we have a guest in studio. And now you're taking Chairman Kurt's spot. Mark Hanna's got Jackson's mic, and the two guys defending or attacking Zach Bryan have now been muted on this program, Doug, and that makes you happy.
Well,
Because you just were like, hey,
I'll roll with it.
It was a breakup.
Yeah.
Exes are talking
Does
crap
this
on each other.
happen all the time in show business with people?
This studio looks like a trailer in Jeffco right now.
Oh, so many people in there? How many people do you get into a trailer?
Clip that off.
I don't know. I drive down the road and I'll see about 15 people come out the front door sometimes.
Keep Jeffco out your mouth, yuppie boy. That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer. Who's the yuppie boy?
I think that's
Jackson. You didn't even say anything. You
can't even hear him.
I was told that this has got to be a short segment. Am I correct on that?
Too late.
This is already. And what am I talking about, Jackson? He's got to do the Nell thing. 100 West Dental, and then we have JR and Mark Hanna talking Blues hockey with us here on the program, as that was a Jim Dandy last night in the Jefferson County of Canada, Manitoba. Is that correct?
That's what we're hearing.
That's what we're hearing?
It's news today.
100 West Dental, to me, is the Huntley of dental facilities. I visited it, and I've seen it firsthand. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal listener of the program, oftentimes in the TMA STL YouTube chat, and they're online at 100westdental.com. No phone call is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability and book right then and there. No insurance? That's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. Go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. And if you're interested in Invisalign, let them know you are a TMA listener. Give them my name and you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Mark Hanna, Jackson Burkett, Jeremy Rutherford, Chairman Kurt, all with you.
We need an occupancy permit for this right now.
On TMA, and hundreds of friends gathered in the YouTube chats as well. We will have our two-part questions with JR coming up, and Benji Molina in studio. This is all coming up in the 9 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN, and we are in our 9 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford and Mark Hanna are in studios taking your two-part questions via the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. Morning, JR.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Wonderful, sir. Morning, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, EvergreenSTL.com. Are you comfortable sharing the little anecdote that you just shared with us here on the program? Because I think this is an incredibly cool thing.
Yeah, well, this is a testament to good friends who surprised me with a pseudo. This is the most sober bachelor party you ever had in your life.
No.
But got to go to Denver this last weekend. Did a hike in Rocky Mountain National Park, which was fun. And then that night, they surprised me. We all played hockey together once upon a time. We go to the Avalanche and Oilers game and go down into the bowels. I have no idea that we're going to do it. They say, okay, we're going to go out on the ice now and sit on the bench for warm-ups, and got to watch an NHL warm-up right there sitting on the bench with the players right in front of you.
Holy crap.
It was something else. What an experience.
Somebody had a good connection?
Yeah, this is all testament to real good friends coming up with a good plan.
Oh.
So it was a good experience.
This is that Melville old money we hear about.
Oh, yeah, big time. Absolutely. Just north of Jeffco.
Just north of Jeffco. The Manitoba of St. Louis is what was Jackson called it earlier on.
Apparently,
Did you wear
Melville
your
money.
blues jersey?
You sent a message to McKernan.
Yeah, I stood up. I got in all of their faces. I said, this is all payback for Kadri. We're not over it yet. We really are.
Must be something to sit on the bench at an NHL game, and then you're flying home thinking, I thought we were going to go to Miss Kitty's on this bachelor party, but here we are.
Yeah, Miss Kitty's. Nice spot. Doug, that was always one of your favorites, wasn't it?
I don't know what Miss Kitty's is. I fear I might be able to figure it out.
Lovely. If you like BMI, that's your spot. Not doing any YOLO, though. JR, well, how about last night?
How about it?
I mean, what the hell's going on here? 7 of 8 points since Jim Montgomery. And then you go up against that team. Good first period, scoreless first period, and then they break through in the second period. And I'm sure Harrison's brother Master will be sending in his traditional Wednesday text. Question. But here comes Kyra with 2 goals just in time for your appearance.
Yeah, no, 3 wins. Like you said, 7 out of 8 points, 3 of the wins on the road. And I looked up last night, 14-5 cumulative, outscoring the opponents in regulation. So this is quite the turnaround. You expect the coach bump. You expect it, especially with the respect they have for Jim Montgomery. But they're playing really good hockey. You sit and watch, you can see the good things they're doing once again last night. And hey, Jets are a team that are scuffling a bit. That's 4 in a row. But this is one of the better teams in the league.
JR, I thought it was interesting looking at the comparison of the Jets versus the Blues. And you look at the lineup, you look at the talent in each of the lineups. And it really seems like the two lineups are pretty comparable at all the forward positions, the defensive positions. I know Hellebuck has got some trophies, but Binnington's got a cup. Is there really that much difference between these two teams?
Yeah, I think so, just in terms of where they're at. This Jets team with Morrissey on the back end, and like you said, Hellebuck in goal. Kyle Connor is one of the best snipers in the league. So I think the Blues have some players like that, maybe just a notch or 2 below when you talk about a guy like Connor. But, Preko's up there with Morrissey, and Binnington's not too far away. So I think they can compete with them. The Jets, that's the biggest thing, Tim, about that win last night, is the Jets have really had their number the past few years.
Yeah, that has been a tough place for them to play, and they have really struggled. Jets now in the midst of a 4-game skid. The Blues are playing incredibly well. By no means am I saying, hey, here's 2019 again. But when they were struggling at the start of the 2018-2019 season, you would look and go, man, they shouldn't be doing this. There's too much talent there for that to be happening. And then once they got it going, it started to make sense. Of course, the guy who wound up being their goalie wasn't a part of things in the 2018 portion of that campaign. When you look at this now that Thomas is back, now that Broberg is back, Holloway continues to perform, and there's a detailed story on that offer sheet affair from the summer on The Athletic this morning.
Great story.
It's really good. On The Athletic this morning, do you start to see that, okay, maybe the Blues actually do have, not to say that it's cup talent per se, but there is some talent, and now they're starting to get closer to optimizing it? Or are we still in the new coach bump phase, and it might be more of an optical illusion?
I think that they're showing us that there's probably more talent on this team that we gave it credit for, but I still think, and you probably agree, I'm not saying you were setting it up that way, but I think there was just way more talent on that 18-19 team that just wasn't, putting it together. But, I mean, you look at that team, and Steen end up being on the fourth line. You got Maroon, Bozak, Thomas on that third line. I look at this team and pretty solid up front. There's some depth up front, but you look at that third pair and you got a Perinovich and a Kessel right now, whereas back then you had a Vince Dunn, those guys. So I think that there was a ton more talent on that team, and it was just a matter of them putting it together. I think this group is still kind of feeling things out and still a year or so away.
Do you think Armstrong at the trade deadline will feel a little pressure maybe to bulk up? Because if they don't make the playoffs, it's 3 in a row. They did get the high-profile coach. They appear to be a little better than most people expected. I just wonder, and even though they're in this retool, is that what we're in right now? Or reset, whatever they're in.
I think Doug's to the point where he says whatever.
Rewind. But do you think they have a little bit of a different approach now with the new coach and maybe a little bit of a different feel about this team?
Yeah, for sure. I think that if they're close, let's just say, 4 or 5 points from a wild card at the deadline, I think Doug's going to make a push. Like every sign that he has shown with this roster is that he believes that this is a playoff team, and all the way down to changing the coach out. Like I realize that they knew Montgomery was their guy, and he's going to be their guy now and in the future, but you make that change because you think this team can make the playoffs this year. So I really do think, and Doug said it a couple times, that, hey, this team is going to tell me what to do as we get closer to the deadline. So if they're there, he's going to make those moves.
You think maybe what they need is kind of in the Gloria idea? Maybe they should have a song like Betty Davis Eyes.
Oh, Kim Carnes, 1983. Doug, was that?
I don't know the years. I would stick with Gloria. That worked.
I like Marty's idea. Was it take your shirt off?
Yes.
Ever since Holloway said that, this team has been rolling. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of which, I was outside the Blues locker room in New Jersey, and Robbie Thomas was out there, and it was shortly after you interviewed him, and then I got jumped on with you, and I said, holy smokes, did either one of us think we'd be talking about Bold Duke's shirt coming up? He goes, oh, that was pretty good. So Thomas got a kick out of it.
Yeah, I mean, this team's been red hot ever
and
since.
the wake-up call, Jackson woke him up early, and he scored 9 seconds into the game.
Yep, this Jackson is having an impact on this local hockey team. We're taking text 2-part questions for Jeremy Rutherford here. The number to text in your questions, 314-399-9646. The text inbox sponsored by Air Comfort Service. How about this one, though, to start? Hey, Mark, you're a beautiful human being.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Thanks for helping me over the last couple of years and guiding me through life and chatting with me as a friend during most of our conversations. You presenting JR and Hockey Talk is my favorite segment each week on TMA, and I appreciate all that you guys do. All right, got to go now. That's from Flip Wilson.
How about that?
I'm a big fan of Flip Wilson.
Wow.
Are you really?
He's a good human being.
That was off-brand for TMA texts.
And Doug took it the wrong way when he said you're a beautiful person. I think he meant in terms of like life coaching and
not like he wanted to, engage in hand play or something.
Usually they start hitting on him right out of the
take off our shirts on our Zoom calls.
It took me.
All right, well then, okay, now it makes sense.
It took me 10 minutes to write that this morning.
You're Flip Wilson. JR is Flip Wilson. Let's see. Hey, JR, I don't think Matthew Joseph gets enough credit. When he's on the ice with Holloway, the speed is apparent. Do you see the Blues extending offers to any of the new signings from last year? That's from the 314.
Yeah, I like when Matthew Joseph can be in the right spots and play his position. I like him. Like, he's got the speed. He's got exactly what the Blues wanted. That's why they brought him and Holloway in and these guys to increase that team speed. So, it depends, who's available in the offseason, what they do in terms of bringing guys back. But I could see a guy like Joseph extended. And you talk about who else in terms of the new guys that they brought in. You got Matthew Joseph. You got P.O. Joseph. P.O. Joseph, that's going to be a situation with the depth on defense. How does he stack up against the guys that you could bring back? And the two biggest guys that we got to keep talking about are Holloway and Broberg. Yeah. Let's not forget that even though these guys were brought in a big headline deal, the deals are only 2 years. So if you want them to be a big part of the future, I mean, you're talking extension next year.
The coach bounce will eventually end, but the next scenario is Montgomery continues to install his system/philosophy/culture over the next month, and they get even better, which is why Armstrong made the move. That's from Sticky Ricky. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I think so. And I talked to Jim Montgomery about that the other day. I said, hey, you implemented some things in the Ranger game. The guys thought they really worked well. New York didn't adjust to them. How long will it take you to implement really what you want to do and get these guys playing the way you want to? And he said, well, if you start with a team at the beginning of the season, it's likely like Thanksgiving is when you start to feel good about it. And with me coming in a little later, I think it's going to be 3 or 4 weeks. So, I think by maybe Christmas time, you should start to see this team playing the way that Montgomery wants it to.
Winter holiday.
Thank you.
God, you're offended by that?
That Mark just doesn't like that. It feels like he's trying to force it on us.
Do you think the 5-year contract was also, I'm sure Monty wanted the security, but also to kind of tell the room that likes to chew up and spit out coaches, like this guy is here, you may not be here, but he's staying?
I think it's twofold. I think it's from the Blues' perspective and from Monty's perspective. They wanted the stability to say, hey, we got a coach that we feel is going to be here for a while. And then with Jim Montgomery, he's in Dallas for a couple of years, and then he's in Boston for 3 years. People think he's going to be in Boston a lot longer than he ended up being there. And now he wants to come home and be here. So the way Doug made the negotiation sound, he said, look, neither side was holding the other hostage. Both, this is what they wanted.
They have to be encouraged that they're getting some really solid player from some of their youngest players, like Neighbors and Broberg and Holloway, and Hofer's only 24. That has to be really, really helpful.
That's the absolute biggest thing, especially when you're talking about being a year or two away in this plan and bringing those types of guys in. And listen, when you bring a Holloway in or you call a Bolduc up and he makes the team out of camp, you don't know, but you're getting production out of these guys. And, we used to sit here and talk about, hey, Snuggerud's going to be here and Dvorsky's going to be here, and we still do that, but they're not going to be able to come up and make this team successful unless there are other young players here who've already kind of established things, and that's exactly what these guys are doing, Broberg, Holloway, and company.
A two-parter here from Carlos Spicerwiener, and Doug, he's a Hall of Famer in the team.
He should be, if he's not.
Number one, did Kairu's performance last night and the passing of Black Friday deals take the swap with Ottawa for a new washing machine off the table? And number two, do you think every time Jackson does an NBA Sports Center update, a power Hoosier hate consumes a Slim Jim in their beat-up truck with a Yellowstone sticker?
Huh?
Is that from Spicy Wiener?
That's from Carlos Spicer. That's a two-parter.
Well, I think with the Kairu situation, if you are a Kairu, hater, if you think that they need to move him, you're probably not going to be happy with Jim Montgomery being the coach because he's going to get the most out of him, I think. And, I was just talking about this in the hallway here, is that those 2 years, let's not, underestimate him. Those 2 years that Jim Montgomery was here as the assistant coach, he really built up a rapport with these guys. So the minute he walked in the door, it's a known coach from the Boston Bruins who just had the most points in league history, but it's also a guy who Jordan Kairu had his best season. Yeah. Buchnevich had the best season. So he walks in the door, they look at him and say, this is a guy who can make me better. And I think those players are feeding off it right now.
And he does lead the team in goals and assists.
Yep. And it's kind of been a quiet, 21, 22 points now. It's kind of been a little bit quiet, 9 goals. But the way he's played since the coaching change, and then also you look at a guy like Holloway. Look at Holloway, 7 points in the 4 games since Montgomery took over. So, quick story, the other day is that Jim Montgomery was hearing some shots taken in the background, and he said that, I bet you that's Dylan Holloway guy. He wants to be a great player, and we poked our head back there, and it was Dylan Holloway.
Sure enough.
Yeah, these guys are working hard.
JR, do you think we have one of the top goalie combinations in the league? And also, should I stop taking pictures of my Uncle Randy when he's in the shower? That is from Grimy from South County. Doug,
I'll take the second one. No.
You got this one, Mark?
No.
You say no, you should not.
No, do not stop. Send him to the show.
Don't stop.
Oh, good for you, Mark.
Send him to the show.
There you
Ruin me.
And then that first part, with the goalie tandem, when Hofer's on his game like we've seen him the past 2 games, I really do think they do. Now, granted, he's young. He doesn't have a lot of games in the league, but you got to put Binnington up there in terms of one of the best in the league. And then Hofer, that Ranger game, that game last night against Winnipeg, even though it's his hometown, that probably makes it tougher, right, to go out there and play in front of that hometown like that. So I really do think between the two of them, it's got to be top 5, top 6 tandem in the league.
Binnington has a weird season because we think of him as being elite. He's probably going to make that, Nations 14?
4 Nations, yeah.
4 Nations is announced later today. But save percentage, he's like 29th in the NHL. It's like he does have some off moments, but when he's good, he's really good. Statistically, if you look, he's not up there with the best.
Yeah, and that 8 spot will hurt you. I think there's another 5-goal game. Those are going to be games just like the ERA that just knock your numbers all out of whack. But that's why I continue to tell the national people the past couple of years when they'd say, oh, he's got a 904, not playing too well. Well, if you watch every night, he's keeping this team in the game on most nights, and he's doing it again this year. So I think he's going to get that starting nod for that 4 Nations roster for Team Canada. And by the way, that roster comes out today. I think it's 4:30 Central time. We'll find out. I think that
Doug is at 4:30 Central for the Four Nations
we'll find
roster. Broberg could make it for Sweden. I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think there's a chance there, but you got.
You say you're hearing. What does that mean?
Yeah,
You didn't hear that from anyone. You made that up.
Fox 2 sources.
Yeah, Fox 2 sources. Rob Desir.
Rob Thomas, friend of the show, could be on the Canadian team.
Wait, are we telling Rob Desir stories?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I got a 5-second one. Okay. He's at Blues practice one day, and he asked Andy Murray a question, and Andy Murray gives this technical X's and O's answers like he always did. Well, we sent the F2 in there, and we sent the F3, and he came back out, and he twisted and turned, and he shot, and he scored. And everybody looks at Rob, did you get the answer to your question? He goes, true that, true that, true that.
I think I might have to incorporate
You
that.
guys seem to dodge the question about the Yellowstone stickers on the pickups.
Yeah,
One
I
of you's
noticed
from
that.
Melville, the other from Jeff Coe, the Manitoba of St. Louis. Do you see a lot of those stickers on the pickups?
Which sticker is this?
Yellowstone
stickers. No, I see a lot of, my kid can beat up your honor student, stuff like that. But I don't
Is
see
it more
a lot of the
Yellowstone or Salt Life? What do you see?
It's a little Salt Life, yeah.
What?
What was that drop?
What?
It's Jackson just operating the drops. Now that he doesn't have a microphone. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Go online at evergreenstl.com. Mark, I say this when I talk about you. You feel better when you talk with Mark Hanna. Doug, you feel better about the world. You feel better about your financial situation. Give him a call, 314-889-0503. He presents Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday here on TMA.
And you won't just feel
9
better.
o'clock.
Your financial situation will be better.
That's exactly right.
I can say that from personal
experience. You get all kinds of positives from talking to Mark Hanna, and maybe you'll take people out to watch the Avalanche and Oilers and sit on the bench.
I'll send them where to get it online. They can watch it for themselves. I'm not leaving my house.
Maybe the River Otters bench. Just start there. Build up to it.
I'm going down to the Merrimack Shark Tank.
Oh, the Shark Tank.
Yep.
Oh,
nice. JR, you got that Last Minute Blues podcast? Is that what you got going on?
Yeah, we're going to do that Friday. And also, you guys saw Joel Hofer last night after the game, probably, wearing the Kelly Chase shoulder pads.
Shouldies.
The shouldies. I actually put shouldies in my story. So the story will be up at The Athletic. Tomorrow, it's the story behind going and trying to find those shoulder pads.
Oh, nice.
And bringing them into the locker room and using them as the Player of the Game award.
How about Chaser on the call with Kerber and Cam on Saturday night?
That was great. How about that energy on that Jordan Bennington save, that call Chaser made?
The calls across the board.
Unbelievable.
On both television and radio.
Call the cops. Call the FBI. I love that. No donut December? Is that what's really going on?
No, I just can't go a whole month.
We were sharing an eclair out in the
was that right?
Yeah.
Some delicious
He
treats,
was working
pastries?
one end, I was working the other.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Send me the video.
Like Lady and the Tramp? Lady and the Tramp style?
We don't know.
That's Mark Hanna. He's with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The number is 314-889-0503. Go online at evergreenstl.com. And Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday at 9 o'clock here on TMA. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you, guys.
This is TMA. Benji Molina is going to be in studio coming up here in the 9 o'clock hour, talking it over with him. Looking forward to that as well. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is protesting this segment. So, Doug, it's just going to be me and you and Jackson. Chairman Kurt's not here.
Well, we'll try to get through it.
Chairman Rutherford with us in the previous segment. You can go back and listen to it. Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app. And listen anytime you want. Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdoor.com. Doug, you'd like to tell us about somebody, wouldn't you?
That's Design Air. I'm looking at the forecast. We got temps in the mid-teens.
We got a problem.
Thursday and Friday.
We got a problem around here.
Lows in the mid-teens. Boy, I hope your furnace is ready to go. It better be at this point. If it isn't, you know who to call. That would be Design Air Heating and Cooling. Give old Seth Goldcamp a jingle. He and his family have served more than 10,000 customers since 1904 when the business started. Fourth generation now. Longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going above and beyond. I've had Seth himself out to my house, a couple of his other technicians. They're just fabulous people that have been in the business for many years, know exactly what they're doing. They'll get in and out in a lickety-split. I mean, these guys are really great. They've done it for many years. They know what they're doing. They can get your furnace running perfectly, and then when the weather turns warm, your air conditioner as well. They take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose the people we choose here, and that's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designair.com. That's designair.com.
That's right. Online at designairservice.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor of our email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. When we come back, Benji Molina in studio with us here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Kings defeat the Rockets last night, 120-111. DeMontis Sabonis with 27 points. Light the beam. Kings win. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. And Martin, we have friends here in the studio. And I mean, we've got friends galore.
Well, you got Benji Molina, Gold Glove winner.
Have you ever heard a gallery this charged up?
World Series champion. Part of the great Molina family, former Cardinals hitting coach, outstanding broadcaster for the Cardinals. And then Ben Boyd brings him in and brings his kids. I said, apparently the kids just don't go to school anymore. Benji Molina, great to see you, my man.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me here on your show. This is more, I'm so thankful for you guys. I mean, what we're doing with this toy drive, and then you guys having me reach out more people out there, and hopefully we can do that.
Yeah, I want to let the audience know what you have going on. All toy donations will be given to Sweet Celebrations, a nonprofit that will deliver the toys on Christmas Eve to kids in St. Louis area homeless shelters. More information at sweet-celebrations.org. And this is where you can go. It starts, Doug, perfect, at Ted Drew's.
Oh,
How
yeah.
about that?
Sponsor of the show.
That's right, sponsor of the program. Benji, let people know about what you have coming up and how they can participate
my gosh,
in
this weekend it's going to be super cool. We go to Ted Drew's 12 to 2 and on Saturday, and then we'll be going to 2 of them on Sunday. We're going to be in 314 Sports. It's right here, right close to Olivet, right? Olive here. So
yes,
we're going to be there. I think it's 10 to 12.
10 to 12, that's right.
And then we pack up all the toys and go back to Durango, which is a taqueria, which is a Mexican restaurant, and they're being very nice to us. And for us to go there, it'll be from I don't have the time
from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
That is on the 8th.
Yeah, that's a chance for everyone to, like I always say, make this Christmas special for one kid.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we don't have to touch all the kids in the world. I get that, and we can do that. But it's a very special feeling when you help out a lot of kids, especially foster kids that has no. We had a lunch with the lady from Sweet Celebrations, and she was explaining to us that many kids do not get a happy Christmas. They don't get a toy, or they don't get a clothing or a gift. So doing this, it takes a little bit of your time. Pick up a toy, take it to us. I'll take a picture. I'll sign something for you. I don't have to if you don't want to, but it'll an opportunity. I'll do it.
Yeah.
So give me a toy. Let's help out some kids this Christmas. Let's make it special.
It's a great cause, and for those of you who are interested in helping the cause with Benji Molina and what he is doing, it's his Benji Molina's Christmas Toy Drive, December 7th at Ted Drew's from 12 to 2 p.m., and then December 8th, 2 different locations, 314 Sports Cards from 10 to 12 p.m., and then Taqueria Durango from 1 to 3 p.m. Those are the 3 opportunities to help participate in Benji Molina's Toy Drive. So a wonderful thing that you are doing.
Yeah, Benji, I think people are surprised how much you've become immersed in St. Louis. You were on Mike Matheny's staff 2013, obviously with Yachty playing here. You'd been around our town. Tell me about the connection and then broadcasting with Polo. The Spanish broadcast has really taken off. And somebody told me this early on. They said, if you think about it, as far as the Cardinal brand, hopefully a ton of people in this market are listening, but everybody in the Dominican and beyond are getting the app that want to follow the Cardinals in Spanish, and they said it's huge internationally for the brand. Just to tell folks about the opportunity to do the radio in town and how St. Louis has become home for you.
Well, first on the radio, on the Spanish radio, it's very important that people understand that a lot of these players that you see, Contreras, Herrera, Pajes, they have family that do not speak English. Like, including my mom. When Yachty played, and still my mom doesn't speak English. So having this opportunity for us to be doing it for the 9th season this year, and having the opportunity to take this game in their language, it means the world to them. Mm-hmm. You don't even know how many people have come to us at the stadium when they come and visit their kids. and they come to us, oh, man, thank you, because we have the Spanish now. We always listen in English, but we don't understand what they're saying about our kids. And now having you guys and on board with the MLB at bat, which could be reached everywhere, 8:80 a.m. People here and locally in St. Louis are jumping on with us. They've been super supportive. But it's very important to people understand that that's one of the reasons why we jump in, because first of all, many of the family do not speak English. That way they can hear us on the radio or MLB at bat.
And Mike Shannon didn't speak English all those years, so it fits right in with the brand. And
the way I do things here in St. Louis, I've been doing it for a few years now. I do it as a thank you. I'm so thankful and so grateful what St. Louis have embraced my brother Yadi here for so many years that I want to give some back. I want to help out the city. I want to help out the community, and just as a thank you. I took it to heart, and I told my brother, I said, hey man, I know you're gonna be away for a while out of the game and vacations and all that stuff, but I'll take over. I'll go out there and help out as many people as I can, the community. I'll be up for it. I told the Cardinals I'll do events everywhere for the Cardinals. I'm not an alumni. I was a coach one year, but now I work for the Spanish for 9 years. So it feels better now. But this is why I do it. I do it because I had a respect for them for taking care of my brother.
Do a lot of other teams have a Spanish broadcast? I know the Dodgers have for years, but
there's only like 4 teams that I can think of that do
right? Really?
All of them.
Yeah.
All the games. A lot of them, the other ones, do like
some
home games and like 40 games and at home or something like that. We do 81 home games.
So this helps cultivate a fan base. I would imagine a lot of people become fans of the team because of that.
Yeah, and you'll be surprised. In Puerto Rico, the Yankees are number 1. Obviously, right now there's a lot of Mets fan because Lindor.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Cub fan because of Javi Baez. But this is young. This is the youngest ones.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, it was Cardinals, Yankees, Cardinals. That's what it was. So for us to come back in Spanish, it obviously grows everywhere. We have people telling us saying hi from Mexico, from Venezuela, which is hard right now, Dominican, Puerto Rico. We have Germany, people listening from Alaska. When did we even thought that was going to happen? So Europe, the whole area, like Spain and all those countries, we have people saying, hey, we're listening from Argentina, Chile. So imagine us here in the Busch Stadium doing 81 home games in Spanish, and these guys are listening to us way everywhere. So that's special for us.
Benji Boyd is now here.
The Cardinals actually have the largest Spanish radio network in Major League Baseball, which is pretty surprising. We're in Sikeston,
right?
the Ozarks, Jasper, Indiana, a few stations in St. Louis, but we have 9 affiliates total, and that's the largest.
How about that?
Yeah, you wouldn't think that because we don't have a particularly large Spanish community living here. Probably one of the lowest Spanish communities of any of the major markets, and yet you're still that popular.
I think it helps that we are on board, right? It helps that we're doing the games, first of all. But also it helps the MLB. Obviously, the at-bat is huge because you can reach us from anywhere. Yeah. What the Cardinals are doing with the affiliates is awesome. I mean, the area. We're in St. Louis, but the whole area can listen to us.
Would you like to do the road games, too, and travel all the time and do the hotels and early mornings and late nights? You up for that?
You're asking a 20-year vet. I like my home time.
Right.
I like the home games and then having that off week when they leave. I like that. But if it means I have to go out there and they want to expand, I'm not opposed to that. I can do it.
Benji, tell folks about Yadi a year ago. And I know I'd put it out there and people say, oh, you're crazy. But he was serious. He wanted to coach. He wanted to get involved. It didn't end up happening. He ended up with a title like assistant to the GM or something like that. But explain to folks, even a year ago, how this sort of was percolating where Yadi was serious about wanting to get back involved.
He always said it. He always said to us that he wants to manage. He wants to manage. He always said that. The problem with it's not a problem. It's a good thing to have. It's that my nephew he's going to be next 2 years are going to be the last in high school. And if he goes into baseball, Yadi, he will miss training him. He will miss all this time with him. So my thinking always was like when my nephew gets out of high school, it's more sure that Yadi will come back and coach wherever. He had offers. I'll tell you that. He had offers, not only St. Louis, he had offers to coach. Turned him down because of the family. But I think he's going to come back. I think he's going to come back when his son goes to college or something like that. He's going to make an appearance. He did the Venezuela. When he retired, he went to Venezuela. He was one game away from winning the whole thing. He went to the Classic, the baseball Classic. He had a great showing. He did great with that team.
He's in the Dominican right now, managing, right?
Yeah, and then he went to Caguas last year in winter and won the championship. Then now this year he picked up the Dominican team over there, playing against Albert and guys over there. So the experience is there. He didn't need it to do that. We all know that he's a baseball mind. But my guess, maybe next year he might take a job somewhere or, wherever he decides to do. But I think it's going to take probably another year.
Is his son a pretty good prospect?
I think he is. He's going to, what is that called? The Perfect Games and
like this player development, showcases,
things like that. He's going to those, so that means, and he's still got one more year.
Yeah.
He has to play January to May in high school, and then the other year too.
Got it.
It's got to be hard to be the son of a player, much less an all-star player like that, and live up to the dad's reputation. That can't be easy.
I give props to Yadi. I think Yadi does not put any pressure on the kid, but it could be.
Yeah.
It could be inside of him, right? It could be inside of him. I have to be like my dad. I have to do this. I have to be as good as him. If not, but I don't see Yadi doing that. I see Yadi training him and the best way possible for him to be successful. He's the manager of his team whenever he's not managing in winter.
He manages his son's team.
Yes, he manages. So he's always keep an eye on him and stuff like that. Never saw him once yelling at the kids or yelling at Yanu, my nephew. So he's doing the right thing. I don't think, if it's anything pressure, it has to be on Yanu, on my nephew.
Benji Molina in studio with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Benji, you were talking about how you think in a year he will likely take a job when his son's out of high school. Do you think that would go right to managing? And does he have a desire to be in St. Louis more so than another organization?
He doesn't want to go anywhere else. I'll tell you that right now. But he's not shutting the doors either. Like if St. Louis doesn't offer him a job, like managing, for whatever reason, doesn't offer, he's not closing the doors on any team. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like he would love to stay here. He would love to come here and manage. But if it doesn't happen, hey, somebody else will give him a job.
Would he come here and coach if he's on a staff? Would he be open to coaching first?
I don't think Yadi is. In my opinion, I don't think Yadi is a coach level type thing. I think Yadi is a manager wherever he goes.
And if it's not open in St. Louis, some other team says, hey, we'll take him. You think he'd do it for that opportunity?
He has so many offers right now.
As a manager or a coach?
Manager.
To manage other major league teams. Wow.
He does. So it's up to him. I know he wants to stay here in St. Louis, do his thing in St. Louis. But, man, you never know. If he doesn't get it here, I don't think he's afraid of going anywhere because it's a managerial job.
Is he going to hate the media part of the job? You like talking. He's not the most excited when we come around with a microphone. You think he can handle it? Because that's a big part of that job. I know it's a stupid-sounding question, but those guys spend a lot of time dealing with media.
Yeah, he's done great. He's done great. I was there for the Classic, and he handled it good. I was there for part of winter ball for the media, and he handled it well. So who knows? Maybe he's better when he's a manager. He doesn't have any pressure to play. He doesn't have any pressure to win, to produce. So maybe he does well. I think he's think he's doing good. I think he'll adjust.
Benji Molina, our guest here on the program. What do you think the strengths would be? He obviously had a ridiculously successful, likely Hall of Fame baseball playing career. What do you think his strengths, what would he bring to the table? What has he been bringing to the table as a manager that's already shown his ability, that's gotten him, as you say, some job offers in Major League Baseball?
Well, I think Yadi's mind is way ahead of us. Way ahead in the game.
Like a baseball savant?
Yeah, like whenever I had a chance to talk to him and after the games, and we'll sit down watching 5 TVs, 5 different games. His brain goes from one to the other. He's way ahead of time. And like calling the game, from what I see from Yadi, I think what he brings is his brain, man. And then he's nice to people, to the players. And he's always going to try to teach him his experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bring him over. Hey, Martin, don't do this because this happened, Try this. Hey, try, everything together. Plus, Yadi's not going to come coach with just any coaches. He probably is going to bring a couple coaches that are 100%, 150% on board with his idea of coaching.
Mm-hmm. So he brings a staff, and he has that credibility to bring those people in and the credibility with the players.
Yeah. And he was successful. He was respectful. He was very caring of players. He want them to win. He want them to be good players. So all these things together he's bringing. Plus you bring that caliber of a person that he was. I'm talking about in the clubhouse as a teammate. Mm-hmm. Away from that, But I'm talking about what he is or what he meant to a clubhouse. He's bringing it as a manager. Look at wherever he's been. 4 teams so far, he always wins. Always find a way to freaking win. And that tells you a lot. That tells you that he knows what he's doing. He knows winning. That's what he knows.
You think Albert would be on the staff with him? Because Albert wants to manage, too. It's kind of crazy. These hugely successful Cardinal players are both down in the Dominican managing, kind of working on their resume, not that they need it. Would Albert be on the staff? Could you see that, or is he going to manage somewhere, too?
I hope Albert gets his own managing opportunity. But it would be cool to have Yadi managing, to have Albert hitting coach or a bench coach.
All right, that'd be unbelievable.
Or Adam Wainwright being a pitching coach of some kind.
Oh, my goodness, Doug.
People like Chris Carpenter, I don't know what happened. I don't know the outside of it. But those guys were successful here in your town. They knew how to deal with winning baseball. So why not bring them back and, experience that way? Maybe find a way to more wins, right? So.
That's the name of the game. Benji Molina in studio with us. Let's take a break if that's all right for everybody's schedule. Is that cool?
These kids apparently don't have school. So
is that okay?
They work from home.
Work from home plan. I like that operation. Benji Molina in studio with us. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to have Benji Molina in studio with us, talking it over here on the program. Major recommendation to go back and podcast if you missed our previous segment. Benji's sticking around for a second segment with us, talking about the possibility of Yadier Molina having an opportunity as it is to manage at the major league level, and talking about the possibility of him someday doing it here in St. Louis and the potential staff he would have. Chairman Kurt will have those clips up on the TMA social media channels for those of you to watch. Benji is here promoting his Christmas Toy Drive, which is a 2-day event starting December 7th at Ted Drew's from 12 to 2 p.m. and then on December 8th from 10 to 12 p.m. at Sports Cards 314 and at Taqueria Durango from 1 to 3 p.m. Enter to win special prizes for donating new unwrapped toys for local kids ages 0 to 18. It is a great thing that Benji is doing here for the Christmas season. So another indication of Benji and the Molina family giving back to the St. Louis area. Talked a lot about your event and Yadier's potential situation. I want to get your perspective on the Cardinals this offseason. All of us have been working in the St. Louis market, Benji, for decades. This is one of the first Cardinal off seasons that we can recall where they're kind of just sitting on the sidelines. This is a weird spot. What is your opinion of the situation?
I'm with you 100%. We all sitting on the sideline waiting to see what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. At least I haven't heard anything for Paul Goldschmidt, which everybody thinks that he's going to be gone.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything official, right? Nolan Arenado, he might be traded. Ryan Helsley, our best guy, our only all-star guy, might be traded too. And if you're a fan, you're thinking like, well, wait, what's going on here? We're trying to win games, and this is our best guys, and they're all going. So I'm with you. I'm on the sideline too. It's gonna be really rough if those guys go. It's gonna be rough, not because the guys who are coming in are not good. That's not it. It's because those guys are proven, and those guys, you know what you're gonna get from them, and I think it's gonna be rough. But if it is rough next year, and you're a Cardinal fan, we have to stick with it. You know, we have to stick with this no matter what. We have to do the young guys, as they call it. So I think as a fan, we have to be there for the Cardinals no matter what, if it's the young guys or it's going to be tough if we don't win at the beginning of the season, like April, May, if we start with a bad record. I can see a lot of fans, not showing up to the stadium as we've seen this past couple of years. But as a true fan, we should be able to support it. Who knows? Maybe later on they start winning. Maybe they get it together, and they start winning games. It happened before with young guys, like in the Astros organization. Yeah. They were young, and they took off. So hopefully that's our biggest prayer, that whoever's on the field next year, as we don't know, take over and we can have a good season.
What do you see with Jordan Walker? I mean, he said something to me at the end of the year, like, well, I finally stopped trying to do all the things they wanted me to do. He, paraphrasing here, but he basically said, I just went back to what I know, and he led him in home runs in the month of September. What have you seen with him? Because it feels like there's a lot of mixed messages, what they want him to do, don't want him to do. What do you think he needs to do to be successful?
I think he needs to do the what works best for him. And let me tell you this. It does not matter how many times they tell you to do something and they say to do it. What matters right now, Martin, is that they do the job. I don't care who tells you how to do it or who didn't tell you or you're working on your thing. And it's not only Walker. I'm talking about the whole group. It doesn't matter. What matters is at the end of the day, did you produce? Did you help the team win? At the end of the year, did you have 20 homers? Did you have 80 RBIs? Did you have 280 at batting average? Did you score 100 runs? You see what I'm saying? It's time for, they're young. Everybody's, they're young. I really believe that's not an excuse.
But can a player say to a team, Well, I'm not going to do what the coaches told me. Can you do that as a player?
I don't think you should.
No, but you're saying he's
Well, you
got to
see
do
it
what-
more and more these days.
Right.
If you got a 10-year contract, yeah, you do whatever you want to do.
But if they're telling you to do something and you feel like that's not working for me, then where are you? What do you do if you're the player and what they're telling you to do isn't leading to results?
Well, you do what he's doing. Yeah. He's looking out somewhere else. He really is. He's looking out for probably his former coaches, his dad or somebody, and he's always looking for spots to help him, right? To help him. Oh, this coach is not helping. Well, let me find it here. That goes away when you go into the field. Okay, so if he cannot figure it out, dang, man, I got to find somebody that figures it out. I cannot keep having years and years of struggle. Oh, he's going to turn it around. And then what, 5 years later? I can't have that. I'm up for Walker, for Wynn. I'm up for all of them, the young ones. I'm in. But at the end, guys, it's production. At the end, you're going to look at the end and say, oh, he had a great September. Okay. But what happened to the 5 months? Who are you helping the 5 months? You know what I'm saying? Right. You help out. You don't help out by just hitting. You help out by getting on base, by moving around, by being a good runner on the bases. You help out by doing all these things. But in the end, like Big Papi said, like Manny Ramirez said, Derek Jeter said it, it's production. We haven't had an outfielder with 20 home runs in how many years? And everybody else have them. 20 home runs, 80 RBIs. And we're battling with that. So
well,
I think it's production at the end.
Right.
Oh, he's older, like the pitching stuff. Oh, but we knew what we were going to get. I don't give a crap what we knew. I give a crap that he goes 7 innings and win the game. Right? That's how we see it. Mm-hmm. As players, we need to see it that way. Oh, we went 5 innings. Once in a while, it's okay. But all the time, 5 innings, you shouldn't feel great. You know, you're like, oh, shoot, you know, I need to go 6. I need to go 7 to help out the bullpen. And at the end, me believing is production. Produce for the team, get runs in, be a good hitter, sacrifice yourself for the team, things like that. You know, get him over, get him in, RBIs, run scores. Batting average is very important. A lot of people don't believe in it. So how are you going to believe on getting on base percentage being your top deal, but the batting average don't matter? 1 hit out of 10 is 100.
Right. Hey, Benji, you're talking about young players. Jordan Walker specifically is guys who do shows, and then also lifelong St. Louisans who followed the Cardinals for a number of years. One of the things that's really been odd over about the last 5 or 6 years is to see players who the Cardinals did have in the organization leave and then have success elsewhere. How do you explain that?
That one is a tough one. That one's a tough one because you never want to question a coach. Never. They do their job. They go there for hours, man, with these kiddos. But, you know, when they go to another team and, you know, they find success, that doesn't look good on, you know, on the team, on the organization. It does not look good. That's what I'm saying. It's a tough subject for me to talk about because I don't question any coach, man. They do their job. But what happens? These guys get out of here and all of a sudden they become stars, you know? And you're like, okay, what happened here?
Right.
It's a really touchy subject.
Sure.
It's fair to say it's happened too often.
It's happened
way too often. Yeah.
Way often. And we were talking off the air, you know, a little bit about who makes the decisions and things like that. And I don't want to get in the middle of any of that. I'm not a GM.
You're not a front office guy.
Yeah, I'm not in front office. But I'm saying, like, we need to put out there, we need to forget to put a product out there on the field for the fans or for anybody. We need to put a product out there on the field for the Cardinals winning. That should be the first mentality, right? The St. Louis Cardinals winning, bringing back that winning mentality and winning games, going to the playoff, and whoever knows what happened. But that's the mentality. Here, they we got to get away from putting product out there to please. And I'm not taking anything against the fans. The fans are great. This is the best fan base in baseball. I'm just saying the mentality has to change a little. Oh, we have to do this because I want the fans to be happy. No, think about the fans after you put a good product out there and we're winning. Then you put the fans on board. That's my thinking.
Sure, winning brings in attendance. I want to get your experience. You know, you're in the Angels organization. It's not like that was like some New York Yankees or St. Louis Cardinals or Los Angeles Dodgers situation, and then you guys get there and you experience that. So before we even get to the 2002 World Series, did you see, as a young guy too, did you see the makings of it and how the ingredients come together to lead to October 2002? What did you observe firsthand?
We were one of the youngest teams out there when we went to the World Series, and actually the Giants were one of the oldest.
Yep.
What I saw was us being young, but there was a big group of older guys behind us. We might have had David Exton at short, Adam Kennedy at second, Troy Glaus, but we had guys in the bench like Brad Fulmer. We had guys like Sean Wooden. We had guys like Benji Gill. Guys who had played the game. So we had veterans in the bench helping the young guys. Same in the bullpen. We were all young in the starting rotation, but guess what? We had a couple of older guys that back it up and help out the young. So I think that was our difference. We never thought about a home run. We never thought about doing something that we couldn't do. We always went out there to face whoever it was. We didn't care who was pitching, but we care about winning that day. We care about moving the guy over, breaking our bat if we have to, getting them over because that guy next to you has to do the job. And that's how we started winning. I think we were last in home runs that year. I think if I'm right, I think we were last in home runs. But we won games.
Yeah.
And it was just that. I had like 70-some RBIs. I hit 8th batter. My next guy was Adam Kennedy. He had like 60-some RBIs. What does that tell you?
Yeah.
Everybody had a piece.
Everybody was
contributing.
Yeah. When you see Troy Glaus, for example, when you see him breaking his bat to try to get the guy over, as a young guy, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to follow that guy.
Right.
Garrett Anderson, first batter, breaking the bat, trying to get the guy over the third. That's our RBI guy. But guess what? He was trusting the next guy. He said, I don't care. You get him in. So here it's more like, oh, that's my fourth batter. Bring him in. There goes the opportunity. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right now, it's hard swings everywhere. It's not adjustment. It's not.
They don't seem to care if you strike out either.
They don't care.
That's fine.
Man on third, nobody out. How many times did we see in St. Louis that we didn't score? Or bases loaded, nobody out. But if you see the at-bats, it's hard swings. It's not an adjustment to it. Shorten up. I don't care if you hit a ground ball to the infield and they don't score, but you put the ball in play.
Put the ball in play.
And it could have gone either way, you know, or it could have gone on a fly ball. So those little things we did. We did, and we concentrate so much on those. We forgot about the homer because we were told this. Mickey Hatcher, I don't know if you guys remember.
Yeah, Mickey Hatcher.
He told us, we know you can hit homers. We know you're strong. But can you bring that guy from second with 2 outs? Can you get a base hit? Show me you can get a base hit and get that guy from second to score.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So he's taking that mindset of, okay, I need a 2-run homer. No, get a base hit and
Just
try to get him
hit.
in. So we had that mentality.
Yeah.
And Social put it in us, that mentality. And we went and we bought into it, man. We had a couple more years that were really good. The year that Brzezinski struck out and run to first like a crazy dude. And when the catcher caught the ball, and instead of throwing it first, he threw it back to the mound. He got on base, double, we lost.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So we had a couple years that we could have done it, but we were doing it like that. Everybody together and trying to get a run every single inning.
What is the backstory on the final out of the 2002 World Series with you and your brother, Jose? Was there some message that you sent in advance to make sure that that you didn't run to him and he didn't run to you? What's the story on this?
That's the funny one. That's a funny one. That's a funny one. In the 8th inning, I'm sitting down, concentrating on who's coming to bat for them. So he comes to me and he slapped my back, and I was like, "Right, come on, bro, we got 3 more outs and we're champs." I'm like, I got you. So I remember that my dad and my mom stopped the whole street at the house in Puerto Rico. They had a big screen, and the whole town was there, a lot of family was there watching the game. And I told them, I said, "Hey, man, when we get the 3rd out, please just don't go straight to me, because you come to me, we're going to cry on TV, and they're going to see us over there. So go around, do your round, and then you come back."
Yeah.
I got you, bro. Okay, no problem. The fly ball, I run to Percival, we hug, and the first guy, when I hit the ground, first guy I saw was my brother. I was like, no! So when he hugged me, "We did it, bro!" We started crying. The first call, when we had a chance, we called my dad and my mom. My mom was okay. My dad was like, "Oh, you freaking woozy. Hey, you freaking crying on TV. What the hell? You won the World Series. Come on, suck it out." Like that. I'm like, "I told you he was going to tell us." It was a funny thing. Man.
You knew it was coming, too. You knew it was coming.
I knew it.
It's awesome. Benji, this has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you for taking time out of your morning and coming in with us here. And once again, for our audience who has enjoyed the conversation, the reason Benji is here is Benji Molina's Christmas Toy Drive, December 7th from 12 to 2 p.m. at Ted Drew's, December 8th from 10 to 12 p.m. at 314 Sports Cards, and also on December 8th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Taqueria Durango. Please bring a new unwrapped toy. That is what Benji Molina is working on this week, December 7th, and also December 8th. Benji, so kind, first class, love the conversation. Thanks so much for coming in, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Benji.
Thank you guys for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Hopefully the Cardinal Nation jumped on,
That's the name of the game, man.
Make a difference. Thank
you so much. That's Benji Molina with us. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with more of TMA here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Jamie Rivers is going to join us coming up. We're fresh off of about a 40-minute conversation with Benji Molina. If you missed anything, listen on the TMA STL app, which is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Also, the 101 ESPN app. I would recommend going back and podcasting because a lot was there from Benji Molina. And, I mean, hell, I'll just say it because this is what I think, so that's what I got to say. It sounds like Yadier Molina, number one, has an opportunity to manage immediately in the major leagues, but from his brother Benji, it sounds like he wants to wait until his son is finished with high school and he has another year after this year, and then he doesn't want to coach. I mean, we asked him that point blank, Doug. He doesn't want to coach.
No,
he wants to manage. And that is what he is planning on doing. And so then if you start to let the wheels turn, you go, oh, I wonder if that's what we will see in St. Louis in 2026. Because if you listen to the conversation, that is certainly what Benji thinks Yadi wants, and he certainly thinks Yadi is capable of that. And I can tell you throughout that conversation in our Air Comfort Service text inbox, that is absolutely what people who were listening to the conversation thought.
Well, the last three Cardinal managers have not had major league managerial experience. I don't know why Yadi wouldn't think that he can certainly bring the same and more expertise than the last three. So, yeah, I can't see him being a coach either. Whether he's the manager here or not, I don't know. I still struggle to wonder how he would handle the nonstop media obligations that come with the job. Maybe he's different now as an ex-player than he was as a player. It just doesn't seem to me like it'd be something that he would want to do at all. But again, maybe it's different.
Yeah, clearly he does want to do it. I agree. Martin point blank followed up with Benji on that and asked him about it. That's a real thing. I get maybe if you're in the listening audience, you go, yeah, the media thing, who cares? And I totally understand it, but it is part of the job. But bottom line is, I mean, it's not like Bill Belichick and Nick Saban were like, super personality based. They won, so therefore they had the equity with the media to handle it how they wanted to handle it because of the fan base.
They could get away with it playing one game a week. I'm not sure you can doing 6 or 7.
I get it. It's day in and day out, and it isn't just like the regular season. It's spring training. It's nonstop. You're the face of the organization. But as he was talking, I'm like, man, he is making a compelling case. He's managed 4 different teams. Granted, it's in the major league level, but all they do is win. He knows the game. He was talking about how he's a bit of a baseball savant, not a bit of a baseball savant. It was like I said, it's a conversation that if you missed it, I would go back and podcast. And Chairman Kurt, you are cutting up a variety of clips to put up the TMA social media channels, TMA_STL on Instagram, TMA STL on Twitter, TMA STL on TikTok as well. Am I correct? So all of that for you. If you follow the TMA social media channels, those will be up in a matter of time, or you can go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app or TMA STL app. We had Jeremy Rutherford with us in the 9 o'clock hour. He is presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. I know Mark. You hear Mark on TMA. He is a first-class individual who cares about his customers in the sense that it's not a one-size-fits-all plan for everybody. It depends on what your goals are and what you want, and he loves listening and helping people. That's the bottom line with Mark Hanna. Go online at evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503. That is Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or you can go online at evergreenstl.com. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Jamie Rivers on the Blues win last night in Winnipeg, next here on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, and we welcome Jamie Rivers to the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Jamie.
Morning, fellas. How we doing?
And good, man. Sorry we're running late. That's on me. It's 100% on me. It's my fault. I know you got in late last night, so we appreciate you putting up with our nonsense.
Yeah, no problem, guys. You just continue with your grab ass while I'm missing sleep. It's okay.
Oh,
nice.
No, he is
right?
upset.
Can we use that for a promo? Can play that as a promo. I think that's the right thing. How about that last night, man? I mean, this is something else. 7 of 8 points since Jim Montgomery took over. And, you know, in a sense, a dominating performance. I know Winnipeg's in a bit of a slide, but still, the team came out like a, bat out of hell to start the season. What do you think stood out from last night's 4-1 win?
Well, the biggest thing is, look, Jim Montgomery yesterday morning expressed to the media that he wasn't thrilled with the game against Philadelphia. He said, we didn't start on time. We were sloppy, a lot of turnovers, too many outnumbered rushes, all these things, and he wanted to correct it. And it followed through to the morning skate. The morning skate, he was, kind of clapping at guys with bad passes. He was not happy with that, and he let them know, this is the National Hockey League. I think this is unacceptable. So kind of setting the tone early in the morning. And then last night, man, that might be the tightest checking game I've seen the Blues play in 2 years.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
Winnipeg's having a little bit of a slide here. I get it. But that's still a really good team. And every time Winnipeg turned around, there was somebody in their face. And, that's what when they talk about reloading and tracking and all these fancy words, all it really means is, competing, working hard, getting in on the forecheck hard, back checking hard, and then good stick on puck and making sure that you're between the puck and the net as much as you possibly can be on the defensive side. And when you go back and look at that game last night, it wasn't too often you saw Blues players on the wrong side of the puck. And because of that, it allowed them to check tighter, to be more aggressive, to create turnovers, and then go play offense. And that's something, that's something I tell little kids that I coach, and all the way up to NHL guys I work with too, is the harder you play defensively, the quicker you get the puck back, and then you get to go have fun playing offense. So for all the kids or even the NHL players that just want to wait for the puck to come to them, you're probably going to play more defense than offense, which is counterproductive to what you're trying to do. So why not just go play really hard defensively, get the puck back, and then go have your fun with the puck?
So many different angles to what took place last night. I was watching Jim Montgomery's postgame, and he said that the first period, even though it was scoreless, set up the second period. By the way they played, you had Hofer going back in his hometown playing the way he played, and you had Parayko and Broberg playing together and playing the way they played. So let's go through each one of those points. What were they doing in the first period that set up the second period? Hofer and his performance, even though it's not like he faced a huge number of shots, there were some really great scoring opportunities, and then getting to see Broberg and Parayko together, Jamie.
Yeah, so first period is exactly what I just talked about, is the Blues established a really tight checking game. They smothered the Jets at every point possible. Yeah, of course, the Jets still got some opportunities. It's a good hockey club. And when they got their opportunities, Joe Hofer was there. He had, an amazing left pad save on Kyle Connor, who has been a bit of a Blues killer throughout his career. And he stopped him dead right there. Boom, big pad save. And then the momentum starts to build off of things like that. So I feel like the start with the tight checking and the aggressive forecheck and playing sound defensively, coupled with the Hofer saves and him just playing really solid in between the pipes, gave an opportunity for the team then to kind of crank it up offensively. And I can't even tell you how much I love watching Colton Parayko and Philip Broberg play hockey these days. It's unreal. Philip Broberg, guys, whoever let them walk away from Edmonton should never be allowed to work in hockey again. I'm just saying. And I know it's Stan Bowman, and he's got this long resume, and his dad was kind of an okay coach, too. But how did you not see this coming? He's 6'4", 210, 215, whatever the heck he is. He skates as good as anybody in the NHL. He sees the ice well. He's deceptive with his passing. He creates offense. He smothers out plays. Oh, and by the way, his partner last night, pretty much the same thing on the right side, except even bigger. So we got 6'4", on the other side 6'6". There wasn't a whole hell of a lot of room for anybody to skate around last night with those two on the ice. It was really impressive, man. And the more I watch Broberg play, the more I watch Parayko play. And then I'm sitting there watching Nick Leddy, who's now back on the ice and skating around, hopefully back soon. I'm watching Justin Falk, who's on the cusp of being back again. I watched Ryan Suter, who showed us that he's pretty much Benjamin Button. He's aging in reverse. And I look at the goaltending, and I look at Holloway. Guys, there's a lot to be excited about right now if you're a Blues fan. There really is. Like 2 weeks ago, you're sitting there going, yeah, boy, okay, well, we'll get them next year. Now you're looking at it going, okay, we get these guys back. We play hockey the way we are right now. Like this is a playoff team that can cause a massive headache to somebody.
You didn't just mention Kyrou, and he's been kind of a whipping boy last couple of years for maybe not being the most disciplined two-way player. Have you seen his game change since Armstrong got here?
Oh, yeah, Doug. I'm glad you brought that up, honestly, because last night I told a bunch of people following the game, just former teammates and people I see in the hockey world, just the difference that we're seeing in Jordan Kyrou. And it's not like he's turned into Patrice Bergeron, the best defensive forward in the NHL, and like, oh, man, look at the difference. Not at all. But he's playing hard. He's checking hard. Like, he's back checking. He's doing exactly like I said. The harder you play defensively, the quicker you get the puck back, and then you get to go have fun. Watch the way Jordan Kyrou's playing. He's very direct. He's skating two guys. He's removing the puck from the opposition, and then he's like, ooh, this is fun. Now I get to go score again. Yeah. And so, you know, whatever Monty's telling him, or however he's wording it, however Steve Ott is wording it, whoever's kind of in his ear, and I'm sure it's a combination of all of them, it's working. That line of Shen, Holloway, and Kyrou, they're putting up numbers, man. They're taking the pressure off guys like Robert Thomas right now. And the fact that Pavel Buchnevich is out of the lineup, like, you're not missing guys simply because other guys are stepping up right now. And Jordan Kyrou is one of those guys. I'm watching him play some of the best hockey I've seen him play in a while.
Hey, I want to get your perspective on this, and I've been looking forward to getting your answer on this, because maybe it's a nothing, or maybe it's something that you'd go, yeah, this stuff matters. I was texting with a buddy who I text with throughout the game. He used to be a producer on the show years ago, follows the game really closely, and he said, did you get any indication whether or not Hofer was getting the start tonight? Because with the way Binnington played, albeit in a losing effort on Saturday, that certainly wasn't on him, that would he get the start in Winnipeg, but did Montgomery make the move to have Hofer get the start because he's playing in front of his hometown? He goes, that kind of stuff goes a long way in the room when coaches recognize that and make that move. Were you aware of any of the dynamics on that, Jamie?
So Monty addressed it a little bit yesterday. It was asked to him in a roundabout way, not just directly, like, hey, is he only playing because it's hometown? It wasn't asked that way. But Monty alluded to the fact that, hey, this is exciting for guys to go back to their hometown, play in front of their friends and family. It's a great moment for them. It's exciting, and most of the time the players enjoy it. They embrace the challenge. And so whether that was the primary reason or not, it's irrelevant. It certainly played into it. Based on what Monty said and how he worded it, it certainly was a factor where the coaching staff sat there and said, hey, you know what? He had a good game at MSG. This is a big game. The hometown. Maybe he elevates here. Let's give him a chance. And he answered the bell, man.
You better believe it. Yeah, I mean, what a performance last night. And the Jets emptied the net with about 5 minutes left, and that's the only way they could get it past. And what an overall performance. And as you made reference, I mean, this is something 2 weeks ago it would have been like a joke talking about the playoffs. But here they are. They're 2 points back, and they're playing the teams that they're chasing in the wild card here over the next couple of nights. What an opportunity this is. There is a buzz in town about the way the team is playing. And Jamie Rivers will be on the call when the Blues take on the Flames tomorrow on FanDuel Sports Midwest. Jamie, we know you got in late and you got up early for us. We appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. Get back to bed.
No problem, guys. Thanks a lot, man. Have a good one.
Take it easy. It's Jamie Rivers with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective. He's fired up. And if you're watching the way this team is playing versus the way it was just a couple weeks ago, I mean, what an absolute change. And to do that against that team in the dominating fashion they did it, it's fun to watch, to see them execute it. Munganast is the sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Ryan Seiberg from the service department is tending to the maintenance issue I have with my vehicle. He's going to be here in about 25 minutes.
Oh, good.
It's just amazing.
He's going to change the oil right here?
Right here, I think, right in the parking lot.
Okay.
How about that service? 314-252-0029. That's the secret number that they set up for TMA listeners, 314-252-0029. If you're in the market for a new car, a pre-owned car, or if you need to get your car serviced, even if you didn't get from Munganast, get it serviced at Munganast. St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. This has been a jam-packed program with the Benji Molina interview. We'll have clips up on our TMA social media on that. You will want to take a look at that. TMA STL on Twitter, TMA_STL on Instagram, TMA STL on TikTok. If you missed any of that, you can go back and podcast the entire interview on the 101 ESPN app or TMA STL app. And those apps are presented to you by Schaefer Door Company, Jason Gosrow and his team there. And now we've got some breaking Missouri football news. Breaking Missouri football news. This just coming in from the Colonel. We will have that for you on the other side of the break. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues win last night, off tonight, back in action tomorrow night as they take on the Calgary Flames. Pre-game at 7 p.m., puck drop at 8 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Jam-packed show today. You're going to want to go back and podcast it. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. The Benji Molina interview. If you missed that, major recommendation to go back and listen to that. And there will be clips of it on the TMA social media channels, TMA STL on Twitter, TMA_STL on Instagram, TMA STL on TikTok. And Schaefer Door Company makes the app possible, both the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. Lot there from Benji Molina saying, number one, Yadier has opportunities to manage major league teams right now. And number two, he would prefer to manage in St. Louis, but he is not going to just close the door to other opportunities. And number three, because of his credibility with other players, he would be able to bring in a world-class staff. And he wasn't saying this would happen, but he said like an Albert Pujols, a hitting coach, and an Adam Wainwright as a pitching coach. So you'll want to go back and listen to Benji Molina. Major recommendation there. Jamie Rivers just with us on the incredible performance last night in Winnipeg by the Blues, and he's fired up. He says this could be a dangerous team, and Blues fans should be excited by what they're seeing, and there's some real talent. And whoever allowed Broberg and Holloway to walk should never be allowed to make another transaction in hockey again, I believe is what he said.
Any hockey, youth hockey, or anything, apparently.
Even out at Afton, they're not allowed. Stan Bowman will not be allowed. So all of that is brought to you by Brown & Crouppen as the presenting sponsor, and the app is sponsored by Schaefer Door Company online at SCHAEFER door.com. That's Schaefer Door Company online at SchaeferDoor.com. Any issues you have with your garage doors, SchaeferDoor.com. Sponsor of the app, and they're a master Clopay master authorized dealer. It's Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and his team at SchaeferDoor.com. I deep teased this. You know that Brady Cook isn't the quarterback next year, Doug.
No.
The question is,
done.
Who will it be? Gabe DeArmond, minutes ago on PowerMizzou.com, writes, I have reason to believe that the Missouri interest in Miller Moss of USC is legitimate. Miller Moss started the season, 7 games, as a matter of fact, with the Trojans, and lost his job midway through the season. But he has entered the transfer portal. I have gotten information, Gabe writes, this morning that Missouri is in pursuit and has made a significant pitch to Moss. A non-Mizzou source told me Missouri might have their quarterback for next year. How about that? Then he had an update. He said another source tells me Louisville and Michigan are also involved with Moss. Miller Moss is at USC, and he is a junior at USC who has entered the transfer portal this year. For the record, he had 2,555 yards, 18 touchdowns, 9 interceptions for the Trojans.
I'm reading he would only have 1 year of eligibility remaining.
Use him as a bridge quarterback between him and Matt Zollers, who is just coming off of a leg injury, and not to mention a true freshman, rare for true freshmen to start.
Or the way the system is now, you can bring in a new quarterback every year.
Yeah.
Somebody new at every position.
The transfer quarterback thing.
I know you don't want to do that, but you could.
For every Jaden Daniels to LSU, there's a bunch of things that just don't work out most of the time. It's just guys can't get familiar. Although I'd be happy with Miller Moss. I'd be fired up.
He is 6'1", 205 pounds, and you also saw Connor Wegman enter the portal yesterday. For Missouri fans, that brings you back to flashbacks of the debacle at College Station.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just shook your head. What are you shaking your head? You're down on Connor Wegman. You're down on that afternoon at College Station.
Really down that afternoon.
Yeah.
That one is that I'll never understand. Wegman does not fire me up like Miller Moss fires me up. I don't think I'm alone in that if I'm a Tiger fan. Or if you watch...
So you prefer Miller Moss over Connor Wegman?
Yeah. I don't... Sam Horn's a tough conversation, both coming off injury and hasn't played a lot of meaningful football in the last couple of years. But I'd sooner probably give him a chance. From what I saw from Wegman
so
this year...
What do you like so much about Moss? I mean, he did lose his job there after 3 rough games, 3 losses in a row.
Talking 2 years ago?
No, this says this year.
He wasn't the starting quarterback for USC all year?
It said he lost his job halfway through. That's why he's moving on.
Yeah, I think he started the year at quarterback, but I think they moved on and were trying someone else, right?
They did, yeah. I've watched I watched USC against UCLA and USC against Notre Dame.
But he showed flashes of brilliance back in that bowl game when he came in when Caleb Williams was done, right?
That would track. I didn't watch that game, to be honest with you.
They beat LSU to open up the season, and everything was going really well. And Miller Moss was 27 of 36 with 378 yards, a touchdown, and no interceptions, and a 172.4 rating for that game for the record. But then as things went on, and they went into a slide, losing 4 of 5. And they made a quarterback switch after the November 2nd loss at Washington. So Missouri's going to need a quarterback. They're going to need Lease to bring one in. And Miller Moss, Gabe DeArmond, per a non-Mizzou source, Missouri might have its quarterback for next year. Could be an interesting spot if Missouri plays USC in the Las Vegas Bowl.
Ooh. Oh. Winner gets Miller Moss.
All right, so you can read that at powermizzou.com. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael's takes pride in helping to make sure employees are happy and making a great living, and that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. That's $7 a square yard. Michael's passion's flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Go to igotfloored.com if you are interested in working at Michael's and getting $7 a square yard. They have it all, but carpet is awesome. It's back in style. So many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy locations to get to in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. The holidays are here. People love to entertain and show off their house. There's no better way than getting floored at Michael's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. This is TMA. This is 101 ESPN. TMA STL YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/TMA STL. Doug, you ever go back and watch segments and
I haven't yet.
Critique game film, like, okay, right here in the second segment in the 8 o'clock hour, I could have teased better or something like that?
I probably should do more of that, but I don't find myself doing that a lot. I usually have to do things like cut the grass.
Every day. Legitimately, I every day go back and I'm looking at game tape.
Do you really?
Yeah, last night I was looking at that first 15 minutes about the sensual mascots and Sebastian for you.
Sebastian for you, man. Sebastian for you hitting on the Syracuse sideline reporter and how that kept Miami out of the college football playoff rankings. We'll have more on that tomorrow. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Oh, Jackson, what are our standings so far in the month of December?
Buck Swope has a win, and then Bill Gape has another one.
Yeah, Bill Gape, good player.
Gapes.
Is it Gapes or Gape?
Gapes.
Gapes.
I think there's a Bill Gape and a Bill Gapes. Two different guys.
Are you sure it's not Gapes?
Yeah, it's Gapes.
Okay.
Kind of tough to win email of the day when you get filtered 2 days in a row. I don't care about me, but I do care about Tim. And last time I looked, we don't have a whole lot of emails starting off with saying how amazing Tim is. Throw the stats out the window. I'm talking about production. And Tim produces every day. Pretty obvious Pale is on my side. Him calling Chairman Kurt stout this morning was obviously his way of showing his displeasure. But this email is about the first time I stuck my tongue down another guy's throat.
Okay, we took a bad turn there.
You wonder why you get filtered.
We were all at my buddy Jimmy's house. Jimmy's folks were pretty well off, so they were the first ones to get a VHS player.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
I paid $900 for my first
$900?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
What'd you sell it for when you resold it?
Nothing.
What year? I'm going to look at the
mid-'80s, I guess. Probably mid to late 80s. Yeah, 900.
This was the big time. Our first R-rated movie. All my buddies were both embarrassed and aroused watching Michael's honeymoon scene. Apollonia's boobies had them all in a tizzy. I felt all alone. Just different. It just did nothing for me. Mr. Ringcamp whispered in my ear, I've already seen this movie. Wait till you see Clemenza shirtless when they go to the mattresses.
All right, that's enough. That's plenty.
Doug, you would have paid $2,630 in 2024 money for that VCR.
Ooh, that's good value.
Seems about right. Mm-hmm. We're happy to have it.
All of a sudden, I felt blood rush to my pant area, and right behind it was Jimmy's dad.
Is this the same email?
Yeah. Some Holden, like Holden Caulfield, catcher in the rye, but his last name is Hoggs.
Say the name again of the gentleman.
Holden.
Holden.
And then the last name is Hoggs, Hoggs.
Hoggs, he pronounces it Hoggs. Holden Hoggs, okay. He's new.
Welcome to the show. Happy hump day, lads. I had a misconnection at 4 o'clock mass this week, and I wanted to see if the fellow was a listener. To the strap hanger that wore a Chicago Bears starter jacket to church, you are a disgrace, sir. The team had one laughable loss after another, fires their coach for piss-poor clock management, and you still have the chops to show up in the Lord's house in a jacket that only Lovie Smith deserves to wear. I'd rather eat hot fruit off Doug's chest hair than see this disgrace in the next pew over from me. That comes from my cousin, Vinny.
My cousin, Vinny.
Well, I've been caught. I was mindlessly scrolling Facebook last week when my wife peeked over my shoulder and saw Chairman Kurt's picture. You know the one. He was on all fours like a dog holding a flower with his teeth, wearing only his boxer shorts.
Oh. There is such a picture?
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's a pose I did.
That's real.
Yeah, that's real. I'll show you.
Yeah.
No, I don't need to see it.
I thought it was tastefully done, but my wife hollered, "Who the hell is D'Angelo Hopkins?" I tried to explain that his real name is Chairman Kurt, a radio personality on 101 ESPN who's just having a goof, but she said, "Prove it." So I pulled up an old episode of TMA on YouTube, which only made matters worse. She said, "He's not even on this show, you liar." I told her to squint real hard so she can see him sitting at his own desk way back in the corner, kind of like a toddler receiving a timeout. My wife pressed me further and wanted to know what his job is, which was difficult to explain. Well, he used to be a teacher, but now he answers phone calls from lonely listeners. Sometimes he does TMA cosplay by dressing up like his coworkers and lip-syncing old segments. From time to time, he reads sexual advice columns about elderly group sex on the fan page. Even though he publicly expressed his passionate hatred of children, he's a good dude. If his hammock thighs weren't so girthy, he'd be able to sit next to the pale guy and play drops. Look, don't question the chairman, Toots. After I put it that way, she was cool with me looking at KG's naughty photos. Doug, that's from the JV golf coach.
Oh, Jay, I don't need to see the picture.
I wouldn't mind seeing that.
JV golf coach.
It's hot, bro.
What were you going for there?
What's wrong with that, man? It's a guy expressing
I don't know.
profile
picture? What's that?
Is that like on Bumble?
No. Well, you got to get through the fortress to see that one.
Eyes wide, Kurt.
Sandy Hawkins, Doug, the Blues beat Winnipeg 4-1 as Dylan Holloway has been on fire since being outed as the player who asked Zach Bolduc to take his shirt off. The new CFP rankings are out, and apparently the last spot boils down to which team's official furry has been the least creepy this season. Libby Jack had a rage boner while watching Mizzou hoops fall behind 16 at the half, and then pleasured himself to Tamar Bates when they came back and won. Call screener Kurt thinks the dork named Chris or Kyle who calls in with asinine Cardinal takes is a legit caller and not performance art. But I think the lead is that Libby Jack has never heard of the Saddle Dome. Nice show prep, ass. Today's email is sponsored by the Vacation Villas at Hampton Village. When you're looking to troll for DeBerg ass while watching Dennis Gates commit coaching malpractice at Barney's over there in the strip mall next to the vape shop and the cupcake cartel, choose Vacation Villas at Hampton Village. For the record, on yesterday's show, Martin and Doug agreed Alabama would absolutely get into the college football playoff over Ole Miss and South Carolina. Tim didn't like that because he set his money on fire placing long shot bets on other teams, while Libby Jack's naive ass predicted South Carolina would get in, but thought both Ole Miss and South Carolina should get in. I'm so glad we got that brilliant analysis instead of hearing drops. More droppy, less talky, pal. Nobody needs to hear you recap the plot of Saltburn for the 100th time.
I'll do it 101 if you're not careful.
Dude, we get it. You like art house pictures with gay masturbatory bathwater slurping?
Your name is Buck Swope. That was Don Cheadle's character in Boogie Nights.
Doug, now they're arguing with the emailers on the program. Now tell me how many pan coins does Zach Bryan got, bitch? That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck
Design Air
Swope.
Heating and Cooling email of the day.
It's between JV golf coach and Buck Swope again. Today I'll pick Buck Swope.
I can't decide, so I'm going to leave it up to Jackson. I'll go JV golf coach.
I kind of liked my cousin Vinny.
I'm going Buck Swope. Buck Swope has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's Design Air online at designairservice.com. Longest running TMA sponsor is Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. Doug, you were going through that forecast. Sweet mother of mercy. Is it going to be cold?
Chilly.
If you run into a heating system issue, go to designairservice.com and work with Seth and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Longest running sponsor on TMA. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. You become a client as well. They're not going to upsell you. Seth's fourth generation. He prides himself on carrying on the legacy of his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.